All right, we're live. Welcome to episode 271 of the Joshua Kemble live stream, also known as the House of the Kremlin. I'm Joshua Kemble. I have been an art director for over 8 years. I've been a freelance graphic designer, illustrator professionally for, I don't know, like over 20 years. And when I'm not doing graphic design or illustration, I'm working on graphic novels, like my two graphic novels that are currently out, Jacob's Apartment and Two Stories, which, if you're into these live streams, you should definitely purchase and support. And we're going to be working on comics tonight. So I was planning on live streaming a lot this weekend, but let me see if I can show this. I don't know if you guys can see that. Back there is what's been taking up most of my time. So my wife has a 10-inch, a 10-gallon fish aquarium that we had in our kitchen for like a good year, and because her birthday is coming up, and she's been eyeing these really huge fish tanks. I bought her like a fish tank and stand. And so I built the stand this weekend, as well as got the fish tank and did all the research on it, on like what a good fish tank was, of like a big size that's something we can manage. And so we got a 37-gallon tank, which is going to be pretty exciting. And we'll have it in the living room, kind of next to our TV, which I'm really excited about. And she seemed to really like it. So happy birthday to my wife, who's actually right now visiting family. But yeah, I thought it would be cool for her to, when she's back from her mom's, like basically return home to a really cool fish tank. But I am not a furniture builder. I'm an artist. And so it took a long time. Plus, I'm a little autistic about stuff, so I have trouble when it's like a big ticket purchase. I have trouble just buying something. I have to do research and make sure everything's good and like compare it and do comparison shopping and all that fun stuff. And so that's basically what I ended up doing all weekend. And I think that's valuable to do every once in a while when you're in a marriage or something like that, or a parent. Like sometimes you kind of have to put comics on hold for life stuff. So anyhow, I'm excited about it. Frank said comics. Yes. And so comics are what we're going to be working on today. So I have a page that I'm going to be working on for Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. And Frank said, instead of risk breaks, will there be fish tank breaks? I don't know. I might film it because we do have some pretty cool fish. We have a goldfish that's like this big. He's like insane. He grew. He's like gigantic. And like when you feed the fish, he's like the first one to be up there at the top, just like, wanting to steal all the other fish's food. He's just like a real big old chubby goldfish. So I think that would be pretty funny to film him. So we'll see how that goes. But maybe I'll share that with you guys. Maybe we'll have a moment of fish tanks. um, we might be playing Risk tonight as well, but the goal right now is to color some comic pages. And so I'm going to be working on page 76. And then my plan for the next few days is going to be to like be live streaming a lot after work. And so my hope is tomorrow, what I want to do today ideally is color at least one panel. The reason I'm only limiting myself to one panel of color is the first panel on this page that we're going to be working on is kind of insane. It has like a big sweeping view of the city. And so in order to kind of color that, there's going to be some needed things, like some needed time spent on like the cityscape. It's going to be like a cityscape at night, which actually reminds me, as we're talking, what I need to do is prepare and get my my photo reference for that as well, because I just realized like I have this whole cityscape and I'm not going to be able to know hypothetically like what colors the city would be. And if I was just making up the city, that would be fine, but the fact that this is a historical location and like rooftop with a specific scenery you would be seeing from the rooftop, it wouldn't hurt for me to get that all set up. So that's what I'm going to do right now. But yeah, so it's been a pretty busy few weeks. I've been just basically like, let's see, Friday. So Thursday we did Artcasters. That was great. Friday, I didn't have time to work on comics because I was working on stuff for work. So we had a big celebration at my work for hitting some record profits, which is kind of cool. That's the second one we've had in a year. So we're doing really well. Makes me proud of my team and my art team, because if the art's not good, we aren't going to be selling products, because the products mostly sell based on the artwork. And so the fact that we're kind of hitting these record numbers and stuff this year is, both a blessing and also just a testament to how hard my art team's been working. So anyhow, so needless to say, Friday when I got home after work, I just kind of crashed. Saturday spent most of the day researching and browsing around at fish tanks, and then today I spent most of the day setting up the base for the fish tank. So it's like a fish tank with a stand, and the stand looks kind of like a dresser. And so I had to build the dresser, get everything prepped, and then took a very brief little power nap, and I'm ready to rock. So that kind of catches you guys up to where I've been for the last few days. But I know that after this page is colored, I'm going to be doing a lot of live streams because I have to rough out quite a few new pages. And I talked about this on my live stream last time, but I'm going to change it up a little bit this time. And I think that instead of roughing out, a batch of 5, I might expand that and maybe rough out the next 10 pages, just to kind of change things up a little bit, per Jim Luhan's suggestion. So that might be what we're going to be working on. So I should be doing a lot of live streams. And I have been listening to a whole ton of stuff. I don't know. I also spent time to read the indictment for our former president, which was a little disturbing. This is something I like to do. I don't want to get into oh nice. The Kremble aquarium. That's right. That's where I keep my piranhas. So yeah, I don't want to get into politics, but I will say I recommend, if you ever read like a news article about like an indictment or about, I think the last time I read like through something, it was the Mueller report or something. And it's like, it shocked me how many people I talked to who had like this cartoon version of these papers and hadn't actually just read it. And so I would encourage people, like, at least I would say, one beauty of being able to read is you can read past like headlines and actually read this material, like the indictment. You can read it, and reading through it, it was like made me realize like most of the headlines I had read about that like really are like, if anything, downplaying the severity of what they're going to be trying our former orange president with. So so that was interesting. So that's something I made a little time to do too. And yeah, I need to find, right now I'm just trying to find my previous pages. And I just realized I was looking in the wrong section. So anyhow, that was interesting. Definitely a kind of disturbing read. Makes me realize, like, you want to live in a place, or you want to assume that people who reach really high positions of power are competent and know what they're doing. And it's always disturbing when you start reading stuff and realizing like it's way sloppier and way less competent than things look. That's always like a scary thing, because you start realizing like the people with power are often in frighteningly dangerous positions of power, and quite often don't have, like, just make moves that are like the, I don't know, it's not like this Machiavellian genius type thing. It's more like a what, like a fifth grader wouldn't do that, like I don't know. It's kind of like these weird moments where you start realizing like people are crazy, man. So anyhow, we're gonna get into coloring, and I pulled my reference, so that's gonna be super helpful for navigating the color on this next sequence. And so let's get into it. Let's start coloring some pages. So this is our comics view where we're going to see some stuff. And I'd love to hear about your guys' weekend. How's it going, Frank? How are you doing, Mr. Salazar of Salazar Art Nation? And Roll for Tarako, which, by the way, Roll for Tarako really needs to highlight some. I wonder if you can get like some custom Risk dice. You know what I mean? Because Risk is a dice game. There are dice involved in Risk, and I feel like since you're highlighting a lot of dice stuff, you should do that. And while doing a thing on the dice in Risk, you should listen to Andrew Dice Clay. That's my that's my suggestion. We'll just be like, hickory dickory dock, Yeah, that's. I'm here all night. I noticed that there were 4 people watching, and after making that joke, it went to 2. my humor skills, they bring the masses, you guys. But anyhow, consider it. Think about it, Frank. Think about the Andrew Dice Clay Dice episode. I think that needs to happen. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get into coloring this first panel. That's true. That is very true. Jim Lujan said there's also risk in playing dice. That is massively true. I will say, because my wife is out of town, I'm going to be probably doing some later night streams because I am able to. It's like I can be up super late. Nobody's the boss of me right now. So I'm going to be up probably working for at least quite a few hours. In reality, I'll try to cut the stream at like 2, but if I need to go longer, I'll go longer, because I am a free agent the next few days. I'll also say Jim Lujan knows the risks involved of playing dice because of all those street dice games that Jim plays. Jim's known as Snake Eyes Jim. To those who are in the know. Okay. I had to stretch there because I was trying to think of like of like dice terminology, and I was like trying to remember what's a thing in dice. Oh yeah, Snake Eyes. He's also a GI Joe. Gary Hodges says, "Evening, everyone. Won't be here long, but wanted to say hi." I see how it is. Gary. You come by, you say hi, and then it's like a drive-by hello. You're just like, "Hey." Do you do that all the time, Gary? Like you'll you do drive-by hellos to your work. You're like, "Hello." Just, yeah. Uninvited hellos too, just without provocation. You're just like, nobody asked for it. They're just walking down the street minding their own business, and then there's Gary Hodges just going, "Hello." It's like drive-by hellos. Yeah. Jim Lujan said, "I'll be here 1 minute shorter than Gary. Just say I left before him." Ah, I like that. Thomas Adams said, All I know about dice is never roll against women or children. You will lose for sure. I will tell you this, like, Risk is not it's not entirely like, it's a game that people who are bad at Risk think it's just chance, but there is an element of chance in Risk, in the game of Risk. And the thing that I find really annoying in Risk, but it's still kind of fun if you're on the bad, like, it can be a really great experience if you're in a game where you're losing and this happens, but it can be one of the most frustrating things if you're in a game where you have a total advantage. I have definitely had games of Risk. I played one yesterday where you have like a total positional advantage. You have about like 98% probability of winning a roll, and you go to make an attack that's like, I don't know, like a 9 to a 2. Like, so you have 9 troops to 2 troops, and you roll, you hit it, and you get zeroed out. And you're like, what? And then you have like another position of advantage, same turn, right? Where it'll be like a 10 against a 1, and you roll to hit it, and you get zeroed out, and you're like, oh my gosh, you just go from being the person with the advantage on the board to being completely doomed to lose. That can happen in Risk, and that's like one of those bad roll situations. They do happen, and when they do, it's incredibly frustrating unless you're one of the, like, so unless you're playing against the person, and then it's a lot of fun. If I'm playing against somebody who has like a clear advantage, and then they have a bunch of bad rolls and get zeroed out, I'm very happy as the player playing against. So it's one of those definite, the Risk element of Risk, the statistical unlikely thing that can happen, that randomness can be really fun if you're on the winning end of it. But if you're on the losing end of it, it is a beast to deal with. Let's see here. So what we're gonna do is kind of work on this, and let's see. It's funny. It's like the stuff I've been listening to recently. There's some drama that I found really compelling and hilarious, where there are a couple big time creators who were attacking Eric July, the cartoonist, and really their whole point. And I actually, like, again, I'm not really familiar with Eric July, so I can't say whether his comic's good or not. But these people kind of came at Eric July with the purpose of pointing out, like, his whole sales tactic, from what I understand. And I know there's people who listen to my show and stuff like that are fans of Eric July. So again, this is not meant as like a diss on a guy I barely even know. I don't know anything about the guy. I know he made like millions of dollars on his comic, and hey, you know what? If you're a cartoonist and you can make millions, cool. But I think the sales premise of his comics were kind of like, these comics are like not woke, like they're anti-woke comics, and you should support them because it's like a fight against the wokeness. And so it was interesting to hear these people's take on his comic. Their primary objection with it was like, these comics were kind of sold as like a premise to, like, these are going to take on the mainstream of DC and Marvel and stuff like that. And I guess they ended up getting his book, and it just kind of sucked. Like, not the art, just the story just kind of sucked, and it wasn't really well written. And so it's like, oh, well, if you're going to be like marketing yourself as like, this is the new thing, this is going to take down like all of the mainstream culture and stuff like that, the argument that they were making, that I kind of agree with, is, hey, if you're going to make those claims, make a good story. Like, you know and I haven't read his story, so I have no idea. Again, like, it's probably an okay story, I have no idea, but I do think that is a good point. Like if you're gonna be the punk band that's like shaking it up or whatever in the industry, um, make sure you're actually making some good music. Like if you're making just crappy music and then you're like, yeah, this is gonna take down the mainstream. It's like, I don't know, you gotta bat a little harder than that if you're gonna like, go up to bat against the major leagues and claim that you're gonna be a better batter, then you better be batting better, better batter, butter. So anyhow, that was an interesting thing. But to me, it was really funny, just the premise of like all these people, spending their hard-earned money on, something where they're trying to support something that they think is going to like, this is going to take down Marvel and DC. This is going to take on the whole industry. And then only to find out like, it's not really that like it's not really that good of a story. I thought that was just funny. Vic Do said, "What's up, Joshua? How's it going, Vic?" Thomas said, "That's my complaint about backgammon. My wife always rolls doubles. Well, I can't roll anything to save my life. The game is supposed to be like 50-50 game luck, but if the dice hate you, exactly." Thomas also said, "Too many people forget the story comes first. If the story is good and well told, it doesn't matter if it's woke or anti-woke." I agree. But I feel like if you're going to position yourself as a critic, um, and this goes for me too. If I were to be critical of somebody's writing or something like that, and I have some writing in the ring, I need to try to guarantee that at least I'm writing well, you know, and again, like there's some things that structurally are like opinion, but the things that they were kind of critiquing Eric Jalaya on weren't opinion stuff. It was like format and like basic storytelling, um, you know, things like, so I guess there's like a lack of kind of explaining things or having a reason for actions taken. Like from what I heard, like the criticism was that the hero goes to do like a wellness check on like some girl in the story, and then he has like no incentive to go do the wellness check. And then even when he does the wellness check, like he goes there, does the check, and like everything's well, but for some reason he sticks around. It's got like a bunch of weird little story points where it doesn't coherently make sense, and it becomes really obvious like, oh, you're just trying to get us to this location so you can have a fight scene, as opposed to like a really organic or well written story where you have like incentives laid out and reasoning laid out, and so like you can follow the story without like overthinking it. But anyhow, that was funny to me. So I watched a bunch of YouTube videos of a bunch of cartoonists yelling at a bunch of other cartoonists. And it was funny. It was interesting. I usually don't get super involved in the cartoonist drama because I could give a shit less. I've always felt like if you write good stories, who cares? That's my take on it. That's actually been my biggest problem with a lot of the more kind of right wing movement in they call it a movement in comics. It's like the lack of awareness that there have been multiple perspectives and viewpoints, and people in the indie scene have been doing, unusual and challenging stuff to the mainstream for, decades. And it's like this kind of lack of historical knowledge of like the long, you know, kind of beautiful history of indie comics that to me always like turned me off of that movement, because it's kind of like making the claim like this is the new indie movement and stuff like that, when there have been indie cartoonists of various stripes and colors and opinions that have like you know been pushing the mainstream or like eschewing the mainstream for years. Yeah, don't get me wrong. If you can make money doing comics in whatever way you're doing it, cool. And if you make millions doing comics, cool. Um, but you do kind of hope that you've at least put a good effort into writing it, and it's not just like a marketing scheme. However, I gotta say, marketing is a huge part of comics, and it's probably one of my biggest weaknesses as a cartoonist. Is like I write these books that I know are pretty good, but it's like I literally my big struggle is like, how do you even market this stuff? And so I can definitely see the appeal where it's like, wow, if that was just your whole marketing thing, and you were just like, hey, my comics aren't woke, like, and that's your angle of sales. Um, because like there's a whole built-in market to that would just be like, I want to give this money because it's not woke or whatever. I, I mean, I can understand the temptation because it's like, wow, I mean, you don't even have to market it based on your comic. You don't even have to do like a sales pitch for your story. You can just be like, this is against the things you hate. Like, anyhow, mm, I'm in a bit of a spicy mood, you guys. Spicy crumble. Spicy crumble. Let's see. So, anyhow, how was your guys' weekend? What are you guys working on? Vic, how are your comics coming? I noticed you were in there. Gary, how did your live stream go? I didn't end up checking it out because I was fish tanking. I'm gonna have to catch up on it though. It was kind of fun to have. I know like Corey, Scott, Gary, and I were having a long, interesting chat discussion in our little chat group or whatever about AI, about the war machine, about all sorts of like interesting topics. Um, but it also made me realize like I probably really need to see Gary's latest live stream, so I might have to catch up on that. Maybe what I'll do is do commentary on Gary's stream, and we'll just go through it and be like, "You see, Gary here." Just pause it and critique Gary's performance. I'm sure Gary would be completely happy with me doing that on one of his streams. The problem is, I don't want to open that can of worms because Gary is a very articulate person. And not only that, Gary used to be a professional critic. And so if I open that can of worms, I'm just inviting Gary to start doing response videos to my YouTube that just shred me and put me to shame entirely. So I don't know if that's a thing. However, I do still think we need to get like a inter live stream wrestling match going, like a wrestling promotion, where we all kind of crap talk each other, and we do videos where it's like, oh yeah, brother, you brought the Kremlin on yourself, like that kind of thing. Um, and everybody could talk about, their different ways of fighting their adversary with things that you know tie in with their comic properties or their animation properties. I think this could be arranged. That's all I'm saying. Where we could have a bunch of wrestling smack talk clips that we then have to respond to on stream. Um, I don't know. I feel like this could happen. This could be made real. Could be made real. Okay, so we're getting there, guys. We will probably finish the character, but this page is going to be such a beast of a beast to color that first panel. Vic said, I've been sketching and doing a few pinups, no sequentials today. Since the 60s, comics have been pretty woke. Yeah, comics have been woke forever, but it depends because, like, I feel like woke is a term that I think a certain political group likes to use for anything they dislike. I saw like a meme online where it was a car mechanics manual, and it was like saying something like woke is the new term for things I don't like. And it's like this guy working on a car engine, and he's like, this stupid engine's woke because he's having trouble fixing the engine. So I feel like there's a bit of that. But yeah. Anyhow, so that's been interesting. That's been it. It's been an interesting day. Let's see. What other kind of interesting things have I been listening to lately? There was a let's see here. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Vic said, "Oh yeah, I'm the young goat of comics. If you have any doubts, I'll snap you like a Slim Jim." Oh, snap! Look, oh brother, you better be careful with them Slim Jims because I've got an apartment building that I will drop on you, and Jacob's apartment will crush your Slim Jim into fine powder. I got 2 stories, 1 and 2 for you. How's that? I don't know. I need to work on my wrestling smack talk. But thank you, Vic, for starting the wrestling promo. Oh yeah, Vic. You better be careful because I got 2 stories, 1 and 2 for your face. That's right. I'm using my comics as a wrestling promo. Let's do it. I can totally see that working. I could see Jim being like, if you want the full fungus, I'll give you so much fungus your hair will turn green. I don't know. I think Jim could do a much better job at it. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Should I stop the wrestling attempts? Let's see here. So we are selecting Robert. So we're going to color Robert first because he's very colorful. And in the same time, there's got to be a diss you could do for a wrestling promo that has to do with flat coloring. Where you're just like, you won't even. When I get to rendering you out, you won't even have time to have flat colors laid down. I will render your destruction in 300 ppi. It could be like smack talk from people who do art too, where you could be like, look, the resolution of what you're saying ain't very high. At most it's 72 dpi. I don't think you're ready for the high resolution takedown that'll happen when you mess with the Kremblinator. I'm still trying, guys. I don't know. I gotta hear it. I gotta hear if this is working. But I feel like, bringing a little bit of wrestling promotions into our live streams would be really good. I think like on Artcasters we could use that as like an interview show that hypes up the beefs, where it could be like, Jim, did you hear, the takedown laid out by Gary on his live stream? Would you care to respond? And then Jim could be like, yeah, let me respond. I don't know. He's like, I will respond, but I'm not going to be very brief because I'm not Brevian like a hip hop star from one of my shows. He's got Brevian hip hop. I'm really bad at this, guys. I think the idea might fall apart right here because I seriously don't know if the wrestling promo voice. I feel like it's within my soul, but It needs work. It needs work. I need practice. Nice. Vic said, I'm going to hit you with a solid steel scanner right in front of Office Depot. Nice. I like that. I'll have to use the long stapler to make you into a zine. None of this short stapler. No, the real stuff. I got a rolling ruler with your face under it. I'm aiming here because I use rolling rulers, like the really cool ones. And I always felt like if you're in an apocalyptic battle where you have to use your art tools, do you guys ever think about that? Have you ever sat down and just thought, if the apocalypse happened, which ruler am I going to grab to defend myself against, like, zombies, like an oncoming zombie horde? Like, what is your best art tool, your best art supply for self-defense? Have you guys ever thought about that? Am I crazy for thinking that? I think almost every illustrator has thought of that. I definitely have had moments where I've been using like a T-square and I've been like, this would be a pretty good weapon. Like, this would work pretty well if, like, if I had to like fend somebody off and I was working at my art table, I'd probably reach for that T-square pretty darn quickly. you know have you guys thought about that, like what your well, I kind of want to ask the chats now, of your art supplies, what would be your weapon in your art supplies? Like, if today you're working on your art, you're drawing, and just somebody comes out of the woodwork and you have to think on the fly and grab the nearest art tool to do an art school attack. you know you got to do an illustrator attack. What do you use? Oh, nice, nice. I like this one too. Thomas Adams said, "I'm going to take you down so hard your drawing tablet won't recognize you." You're going to be so messed up that I'll have to scan you at the highest resolution possible for them to even catch the pixels that you've been reduced to on the scan. That's a fair point. So Gary's thought about this. I'm glad I'm not crazy. So Gary said the blade of a paper cutter. I could see that because if you pull that off the paper cutting machine, you're talking about like a guillotine cutter, right? If you pull that off of that machine, you pretty much have yourself like a pretty solid machete. you know. I'm just saying, that isn't bad thinking. And then, of course, I'm glad everybody brought up the X-Acto knife. An X-Acto knife would be, I mean, a no-brainer. Yeah, I mean, that's in all of our toolkit. That's definitely a dangerous beast. I've always felt like the rolling ruler, though. I got to show you guys this thing. I think that could do some damage. It's a little plastic ruler, but then it has like this metal bar with like metal wheels. It's not like the cheap plastic rolling ruler. You could use this thing pretty effectively. I feel like that's what I'd be doing. And then it has the fun of, the added fun of like you could big brother the person, the big brother thing, like to stop hitting yourself kind of thing. Where like once you have the enemy submitted, you could just use the rollers on their forehead and be like, stop rolling on yourself. Stop rolling. What do we got? Yeah. Gary's definitely. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. You basically have like a curved machete. Spit ink in their eyes. Vic is very wise there. Ink is not a bad, that's a good distraction, especially if you end up in a car chase later. You could try to like, pour ink out of the window and maybe it'll cause like an oil slick kind of scenario if you're being pursued in a car. Let's see here. Yeah, Corey said crow quill. A crow quill is like you got yourself like a dart there. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not advocating violence of any kind with art supplies. We're just hypothetically discussing if you had to get into a war with your art supplies, what would be your trusty go-to? I feel like just a solid long ruler, the cork backed big metal rulers. That's a pretty good thing. I mean, you've got, that can kind of become like a sword of sorts. I definitely have some rulers I wouldn't want to be getting hit by like the sharp side of. Let's see here. I'm trying to think of other neat art supply tools. I mean, you definitely got your go-tos. I mean, like anything pen related is pretty much like a dart. You could almost grab your box of pens and start like chucking them like darts at a dartboard at your assailant. I feel like this needs to be illustrated. I feel like we need to illustrate all of us just kind of sitting in a bullpen style scenario. We're all just like working really quietly. Everybody's like, getting comic pages done. And then out of nowhere, somebody steps up and throws an X-Acto, and another person like counters the X-Acto with a like with their long ruler. And then Gary Hodges goes straight to the guillotine cutter and like dislodges it and starts hacking away. Everybody's piling on each other in an art supply battle for the ages. And and then Scott just stands above all of this chaos and goes, "Are you not entertained?" It's like a Thunderdome of artists, Got like Tina Turner's Thunderdome soundtrack playing in the background. We don't need another hero. Corey Kerr just like grabs the yarn and pins from a perspective tutorial and starts using the yarn and pins to just like fling it at people and pinprick them. Pink, pink. You guys, it's a dangerous world being an illustrator is all I'm saying. These are things we as artists really have to think about. If you're just starting in a cartooning career, you really, you got to be careful for the cornucopia moments in illustration that all of us veterans know about, where it's like everything's going well on your creative team and then war breaks out with the art tools. Grab the terpenoid that you'd be using for painting and spit it in people's eyes so they're blinded so you can proceed with your oh, hey, there's a good one. The a palette knife. A palette knife's a pretty good tool. I don't even think about like, you could have like a Ninja Turtle kind of scenario where, you've got your bow staff. That's the incredibly large ruler, and instead of size, like instead of a sai, you could use, palette knives. Dick Blick versus Michaels, fight to the death. Michaels loses every time. Yeah, you could have sponsors from every store. I love it. I feel like if that were a scenario, I think Corey Kerr would come out on top for some reason. I don't know why. I think if we have to test all of our killer instincts, I think Scott and Corey win the battle. Okay, so we have finished our foreground character, you guys. So right now we're going to play a trailer, and we'll come back and we'll possibly talk more about epic battles, how anti-woke comics are a scam. Let's see. What else? What else have we talked about, you guys? We've been talking about art supply battles. Corey said I started a fight club 20 years ago and quickly found out that I suck at fighting. Nice, but you've never been in a scenario where you were allowed to use all your art supplies. Even a portfolio case, the old school portfolio cases all of us had to use in art classes in art school. That's like a really good shield. These are things I've thought about. I'm glad I'm not alone on this. Like when I was going to art school, I'd think like if I had to use these. All right, guys, I'll be right back. We're gonna watch the trailer for Jacob's Apartment. Continue the discussion of the art melee. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, guys, what's up? So I was gonna say, and I almost like feel like, I should start marketing. I want to start marketing, not Death but Love. This like high art kind of historical fiction graphic novel about two Victorian poets, but I'll be like, are you tired of these woke comics depictions of Victorian England? Oh, me too. That's why you should support and give super chats to take down these woke Victorian graphic novels. We're gonna call this a big comic book, not like them woke historical fiction graphic novels. Does that sound like a sales pitch to you guys? Would that? Are you not entertained? I think that's gonna be the new marketing tool. I think that Gary needs to take this up with Dinosaurs versus Mars Bots, where he'd be like, are you tired of these woke depictions of Martians? Trying to appeal to everybody's wokeness. Well, I got a Martian for you that ain't woke. Like, and we could pitch it. Like, we could integrate it all. Like, the point being, it's anti-woke, right? It could... you have art melees involved in the promotion. You have like pro wrestling promotions. I mean, I think I'm on to something, you guys. I think this is going to make us all millionaires in comics, in indie comics. Vic said, I ran a fight club in a Christian school bathroom, allegedly. I know this may not be what you're meaning, but I just imagine in the bathroom, it's like, no, you don't understand Augustinian ideas. And it's like, it's just like epistemological arguments or like theological arguments in the bathroom. where it's like predestination is real. It's just this whole like fight. It's like no, it won't happen till after the millennium. They're like fighting. Oh my gosh, Christian school bathroom debates. It's like, guys, no holes barred. We're gonna get heavy into theology. Take the gloves off. They get in hardcore knockdown drag out debates about whether the Trinity is a reflection of a unified whole, or whether it's, signifies like when the Trinity separated, was that a signifier of a flaw within God? And like they're getting these giant debates, like giant whole theological knockdown drag out fights. Bloody theology coming to a Christian school near you. That's a good point. Vic said, just dumb down your art into something extreme. Exactly. I can say, are you sick of these non-extreme arts? Well, I got some extreme Victorian poet literature for you. I just love the idea that it would be done with this book too, because thinking about it, like, could you pick a like more inappropriate book to do that with than a Victorian historical fiction book about poets and love stories? Oh yeah, this Victorian England's gonna be off the chain. It'll be the Victorian smackdown of the century. Yep, guys, this is going to happen. Okay, we need to pull up our reference. There's our reference, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So I think what I want to do is I'm going to get this whole floor plane under Robert. That's what we're going to do. Our floor plane under Robert. There's a reference. Okay. So how are you guys doing? What are you guys working on? What extreme art are you, or what kind of extreme lines are you laying down? I hope everyone's doing well. Slinging the ink. So this is going to be a night scene. And so I really want to, I might even mute the tones on Robert, but it's going to be like pretty late at night. Okay. Let's see here. Vic said, I got into fights about talking about Rastafarians. You see, even in Christianity, you speak of reincarnation because it was told that John the Baptist was once Elijah, so Rasta are speaking truth. Interesting. I don't know what Rasta is. I don't know much about that. I know that it's on the 2 and the 4 as opposed to the 1 and the 3. Which is interesting because one of the things that James Brown's band innovated was hitting on the 1, which is a really interesting thing that you'll start noticing with like that style of music where there's usually like a real powerful hit on the one on the count of the song. But like reggae and ska are interesting because they go on an upswing. So instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, like the 1 and the 3 being the focus, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Like the 2 and the 4 are where the music hits. We're counting, ladies and gentlemen. Counting to 4. So I remember the first time I did like a ska riff on a guitar. It took me a while to kind of get used to that because you have to almost like unprogram yourself from when you'd usually hit on a downstroke. So you almost like ignore the downstroke and then do an upstroke. And that's kind of the sound on like, so usually you do a downstroke on 1 and 3 and maybe upstrokes on the 2 and 4. And so to get the flow of like reggae or ska on a guitar, you really have to just start ignoring your downstroke. Like just delete the downstroke on your guitar and just do upstrokes. Corey said, I don't know anything about reggae, proceeds to give a music theory lesson in reggae. Well, no, I know about reggae a bit, but I don't know much about the Rastafarian movement, you know? I know that like there's a religious it's split, right? Because there are a lot of people, you know, who just kind of use the fashion, you know, kind of like almost like in the US where there's people who like wear crosses and aren't religious. It's just like a thing. Um but from what I remember there's something to do with the hair too. Like the hair is actually some kind of religious thing. But I don't want to speak too much on it because I have no idea. Yeah, one of the worst parts if somebody wants to get into music, one of the worst things you could ever have is the inability to count. People who can't clap in time tend to have a real problem learning music because it's kind of weird, but it's like tempo. That's like something that you can kind of learn, but it's something kind of innate. So if you don't have like an inner ability to do timing, it's going to be really hard to learn music. And this doesn't mean you have to be good at dancing or something like that, but like being able to actually clap in rhythm with something is like a big indicator of whether somebody will succeed in music or not. Because if you have no like tempo, you could learn every chord in the book and every note in the book, and because music is so reliant on time, like if you can't keep time, you're screwed. You know, like I don't know if that makes sense. I'm trying to think if there's anything like that with comics, you know? Like anything applicable to like in music, if you don't have rhythm, you're just kind of in trouble, you know? And it's like going to be really hard to learn rhythm because so much of it's about rhythm. So it's like, I almost wonder, I think there might be something like that in art. Can you guys think of anything in art that would be kind of equivalent to that? Like if you don't have this one thing in art, you're just screwed. That's like an innate thing that's hard to learn. I guess drive might be a part of that, you know? Let's see here. But yeah, like so much of music is just on a count, you know? So we have a bunch of potted plants that we're going to color here. And I'm just going to give a little bit of variety to the color of the potted plants, keeping in mind that like most of this will get lost in shadow. So basically, this whole panel knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men because they're the shadow. I'm here all night, guys. That was a deep cut. I feel like I'd like to rewatch that movie. Do you guys remember the movie The Shadow? There's a movie with I think Alec Baldwin or something where he played like the Shadow. And I can't remember anything about it, which makes me think it was probably not a good movie. But I kind of want to revisit it because I really do enjoy the old like radio broadcasts of the Shadow. I don't know if you guys have ever listened to those. They're really cool. They're like I don't know if I've shared this before on stream, but I'm really into like old radio dramas. Like they're really fun to listen to. Um and some of my favorites are like the old Philip Marlowe stories. Those are like the best. Where it'll like do an announcement at the beginning where it'll be like crime is a sucker's road that only leads to three results: the prison, the gutter, the grave. They're so great. They're just like these really cool radio dramas, you know. I remember The Shadow being really cool and interesting, and I've re-listened to some of those more recently, but I don't think I've really revisited that movie, The Shadow, to see if it holds up. I'm imagining it doesn't, because again, if it did hold up, I'd imagine I'd probably have some sort of memory of something behind it. Let's see here. What do we have here? Okay, interesting. So Vic said locking your hair has to do with Samson. That's interesting. Thomas said, I just realized the way you flat color is the same way my professor showed us to color geological maps. I don't know if I've told you this, Thomas, but this is actually a geological map. I haven't been working on comics this whole time. It's just been geological maps. It's the big reveal. That's cool though. That's cool that your professor yeah, geological maps. I would imagine to do map making, um there's definitely like an artistic side to that. Well, at least for now, till AI just destroys that entire field. So that's something I was thinking about because I'm going to be doing audio commentary on some stuff at some point soon, and one of the things I was considering was actually like some conversations regarding AI because I remember I'd have to find out what it was, but I was listening to a conversation recently where they were talking about the ability of AI to lie. And it's kind of like a very profound problem with AI because it's like basically like AI, at least Chat GPT or whatever, can convincingly lie and will sometimes convincingly lie just to sort of get the answer correct, which is kind of a little scary. Machine lying. I don't know what that says about human nature that like a lot of AI is programmed just based on you know, the wealth of data that's on the internet. And I don't know if that speaks well of us as human beings that an algorithm would pick up lying. Oh man. So anyhow, out of curiosity, have you guys checked out the indictment thing of our former Cheeto in chief? I'd be curious to hear if you guys have looked at it at all. It's a little interesting. It's beyond interesting. It's kind of like stunning. Like stunning in a way of like being like I didn't have the highest opinion of the guy, but after reading that I was like, "Oh my gosh, this person's actually a moron." Like cuz even if you're trying to be like Machiavellian about stuff, there's just some things in that indictment where I'm like, "Really?" Like I don't know. Maybe I'll get into it a bit. Like one of the things that I found a little funny and like disturbing in the indictment was so he's been claiming recently that like all of this classified information he had was stuff that he had like it basically declassified in his position, and it's just like a big political tool that they're trying to use to like kind of keep him from running stuff. But then you read the indictment, there's a literal quote that he did under permission to a publisher in regard to like a claim in a book that was coming out, where he showed a bunch of classified documents and he said, I could have declassified this. I can't now. And it's still a secret, but I'm going to show you anyway. And it's like almost verbatim what he said. So he within and this was in an interview where he'd already signed his permission to basically reprint and distribute and record what he was saying. So within one foul swoop, he basically under record put himself in a position where he has no plausible deniability of the fact that he was completely aware that he was handling classified materials, that he was illegally disclosing it, and that he knew consciously that he no longer had the ability to declassify highly classified information. So it's like just within like one sentence that the guy said, he got rid of all legal protections for himself. And if you guys don't understand like what the weight of that is, it'd be kind of equivalent to like if you were going to be on trial for murder and somebody had a recording of you admitting intent. You're screwed. You're done. Like, not only are you admitting intent, but you're admitting intent during the act of the thing you're being charged with. So there's an admission of intent. There's an admission of like he can't plead ignorance. I don't know. It's fascinating, and it's like what to me is more disturbing about it is just realizing that somebody who was the president would say that without any thought to what kind of scenario they were putting themselves in. It, and not only say that, but say that in a scenario where it was, he had already signed permission allowing, that to get out there. I don't know. That was interesting to me. Vic said, I got way too many projects I'm trying to do. I got a Kappa And then I got a Coney, then Centaur Circuit. Centaur Circuit's a great name. Then the Sweeney Todd thing, then Black Cobra, and another project. Keep thinking of new stuff. You got to just pick one and move on it. Ideas are worthless till you do them. That's my take on it. And of all the ideas in the world, that's the fun part. That's the fun part of creativity. But don't ignore the work part. The work part's making those things actually happen. So you saying Centaur City reminds me of did you guys ever get into like sci-fi or sorry, fantasy books when you were younger or currently? There was a writer I was really into that did this series called the Xanth trilogy or whatever. His name was Piers Anthony, and he had a book in that series called Centaur Isle. And I haven't thought about that in years till Vic mentioned an idea with centaurs. And I was like, huh, that makes me think of Piers Anthony. Those were books I really connected to when I was in like junior high. And I haven't read them since. I wonder if they hold up. But I know like when I was in junior high, I was like really into those books. Like very much connected to those books. Let's see here how this is coming along. Does that look like a night scene? Kind of does. I want to desaturate the floor more because I feel like the floor is too saturated. It's too bright. So let's go ahead and do that. That floor is going down. I'm going to take the saturation out of that floor. Yeah, Thomas said the Xanth books. They were very punny. There were a lot of puns in those books. But I think they were really good. Like I feel like there was something unique about those books that really spoke to that. I don't know, like that middle school era. Huh. This is interesting. Hey guys, I need to make a little bit of coffee. This is the thing. Wife's out visiting family. And that means there's no rules. I get to do coffee at night. So I'm going to make myself some coffee. I'll be right back. And let's put on Jim Luhan's Wordzoid trailer whilst I make coffee. But I plan on streaming for a while tonight, guys. So if you are planning on staying up and working with me, crack open a sketchbook, get your comics open, get your animations going, and get ready for a night to remember of art. This will be a melee. We're gonna slang our art tools in violent confrontations. Okay, here we go. Wordzoid. I'll be right back.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm gonna have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine out of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
I just realized with the background lights on my stream, it's fitting a whole aquarium theme. It looks like I'm underwater, you know. You guys can imagine that I'm just sitting in a fish tank, just hanging out. I just need some cool like pirate ships and stuff in the background. I just obeyed the law of the white shirt. You see that? Boom! Instantly. Coffee and white shirts. For me, it's the second I drink coffee, that's when I'll spill it. Is on a white shirt. Speaking of, I noticed that camera was a little bit too much on the white shirt. All right, so what do we got? We have colors to flat, you guys. We're going to be flatting colors all night long. Okay, so there's have you guys ever come across the red pill community online? It's a bunch of dudes that kind of think that like there's all these rules for masculinity and stuff like that. And a lot of it's like using kind of like evolutionary psychology to like justify misogyny. Anyhow, so it's like this whole growing movement online and stuff. It's like the whole Andrew Tate thing, that whole kind of movement. Anyhow, so there's this guy in it that goes by like Marquette. And there was this clip a couple of years ago. I think it might have been about a year ago, where he's like in that movement. He's like one of the guys who like talks about that stuff. Yeah. Vic said it's the MFs who say the Matrix are after him. Exactly. The Matrix. But anyhow, it's kind of like a movement that I think is pretty toxic and weird, but whatever. Point being, there is this meme that went around because so I really enjoy watching occasionally the streamer Destiny, even though I don't agree with him all the time. I think he's a pretty good debater, and he has taken on a lot of the red pill guys in the last year. And there's this like legendary stream that he did where this guy Marquette had Destiny on to debate him. And it was pretty clear, like the second he had him on, that it was just going to be him. Like he had like a dossier that was already written up, and he was just going to sit there and just kind of like badmouth, Steven, the the guy who goes as Destiny online. And anyhow, but the funny thing is, the guy, it turns out, from what it seems like, is kind of a scammer. Like, he's done like fake NFTs and all this stuff to kind of like scam his audience of money. And he even had like a fake documentary on his YouTube channel that he had paid for, that was like a fake news channel doing a story on him. And it was like, it wasn't even a legitimate news site. It was just him paying people to like follow him around with the camera. And like, it has like this announcer just making all these bold claims about the guy's like, prowess and success. And so even on this stream that he had like Destiny on, he was like getting people to buy jewelry from a friend, but then he started like advising that his friend was sick, so the jewelry may not arrive. And it was like, so he's running a jewelry scam during the thing where he's like, yeah, send my friend money, and like, oh, he might pass away though, so like he may not send you what you're paying for it, and stuff like that. But anyhow, there's this funny sequence in it where he was calling himself a technologist. This went all over the internet. This guy Marquette or whatever is talking about NFTs, and he says he's a technologist who understands NFTs. And Stephen Bonnell just I encourage you guys to look it up at some point. Maybe we'll even throw it on here just to do commentary on it or whatever. But Stephen Bonnell's like, okay, well, I just have one really quick question, because you're a technologist and clearly you're an expert. What's an NFT? And the guy, basically, because he's a scammer and doesn't know anything about NFTs, refuses to say what an NFT is and just keeps like dodging and trying to obfuscate the fact that he can't answer what an NFT is. And so he keeps like changing the subject and stuff like that. But see, like Bonnell, like whether you like Destiny or not, like he's a really proficient debater, and so you don't get away with things like misdirection with like, if you're dealing with like a professional debater, you're not going to get away with like trying to gish gallop out of answering a really easy to answer question. So anyhow, like every time he tries to dodge or change the subject or whatever, Bonnell just keeps going, yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying, but like, what's an NFT? That's like, it's this whole meme online where for the rest of the guy's show, like the entire community just kept like calling in or asking questions, and everything they asked was like having to do with like trying to get the guy to actually have to answer what an NFT is. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember, but there was like a caller who calls in and talks about he starts telling this long tale about like the community, like Steven's community, and how toxic it is and stuff like that. And this Marquette guy is just like buying it, like thinking this is a real caller. And then about 10 minutes in, he's like, yeah, I mean, the problem is like, when you're in his community, you start getting inculcated and you just want to drink tea, and then you start, I don't know, getting to this point where you're like, I just don't have enough tea. I don't have enough tea. NFTs. What's an NFT? It's one of the funniest things I've seen online in a long time. So anyhow, that's pretty amazing. So anyhow, this Marquette guy is very funny. And there was like a recent thing with him where it was like infighting between two red pillars, where they're both kind of like just having meltdowns and acting like 5-year-olds. And it was kind of fun to see in this supposed community of these like emotionless, stoic guys, where they're just melting down like, toddlers. So anyhow, that happened. That was interesting. Maybe we'll watch that. I don't know. So there's a couple things that we could watch and comment on. Yeah, if we have time. But I'm kind of digging the free flow of conversation right now. Kind of enjoying the process of just kind of getting in the art zone, getting this stuff done. I do feel like we should watch the NFT thing though at some point. It's pretty funny. All right. So, what else? Okay. We're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting there. This is going to be a long road to get this panel colored. I'm also spilling coffee all over the place. Vic said, you got to come up with a faceless, nameless villain to victimize yourself, make you seem like you have a hard life because of others, not that you're a scumbag. Interesting. Yeah, I agree. I think the victimization in that is kind of like a. It's very weird too because it's not a very like masculine thing to be like. I don't know. It's like funny because a lot of it's like all about like this traditional masculinity and stuff, but you start to realize like a lot of these people are really fragile. Um, like going under this banner of like supposed extreme masculinity. I had a roommate a couple, I don't know, like decade ago or something when I was in college, who was like one of those kind of more like meatheady type guys, like a really big like gym bro type dude. And he was one of the most emotionally unstable people I'd ever met in my life. He was one of those guys like you'd go out to a restaurant and he'd look at other guys and be like, "Are you looking at me funny?" Like he's just itching for a fight with anybody who like looked at him, you know, differently and stuff like that. And what's interesting about that guy is he was one of the most like emotionally just unstable, like insecure people I've known in my life. um but he definitely would have fit the profile of like a lot of these guys, like you know, that a lot of people are like looking at and just putting on like pedestals and stuff. But I tend to think, you know, this is my opinion on it. I think a lot of bad things happen when you start worshiping money. Um, you know, and not that like money's bad. Like money's great. Like making money is good. You know, there's nothing wrong with making money. But I feel like, you know, for communities that like just disregard any values outside of just money, I think that just leads down a really bad path. And it's such a weird take, you know, to like put just monetary value on every judgment you make, you know? Because I feel like I've met so many, like I know so many people who are like really wealthy and super miserable, you know? And it's like even the people I know who are super wealthy, they wouldn't say that like wealth is the, you know, solution to everything in their lives. Like it's, you know, a lot of them would like really wish they had a family or like, you know what I mean? Like there's things like family and love and relationships and, you know, if you're like an artist, right? I mean, like I know some wealthy artists who wish they could make better art or like tell better stories and stuff. Like, and it's not like about money, it's just about like a love of the art form. But I think strange things start happening when people put, you know, money on a pedestal as if that's the solution to everything. Because then you start justifying some like really bad behaviors, you know? And not only that, like idolizing people that, you know, are pretty like bad examples just of like how to live life. Like they're not people who figure out like life secrets. Like a lot of these people are like some of the most like transparently just like obviously miserable people. Um, you know, and it's like, yeah, for me it's like, again, like wealth is not necessarily bad, but it's not inherently good. I think that's the thing, you know? But it's bizarre to see movements where it's like, well, that guy has a Bugatti, so he must be happy. And it's like, oh my gosh, are we really that philosophically like behind as a society that we're like looking at people with really cool cars and going, that's gonna be me? You know, like have we not learned from just like thousands of years of like literature and books and history that like that's not gonna bring you happiness? Have there not been enough songs that just talk about like money not solving everything? I don't know. It's just a weird thing when we start backtracking to that, you know. There's like this money worship, or there's people who think just by accruing like tons of wealth, you're suddenly going to be able to buy something, and it's like, you know, just ignoring like these old truisms, like money is not going to buy you happiness, you know. Now, don't get me wrong, like, you know, not having financial stressors in your life is like a huge thing, you know, and like learning how to be responsible with your money is like not a bad thing. Like, not all of these things have to be inherently bad things, you know, but it's just like one of those weird things where it might just be my age, but it's like, man, you know, I personally just having a kid would be really upset if I found out he was like paying attention to like red pillars, you know. Cause like I want him to grow up to be somebody who like respects people, especially women, you know. Um, and if my son were like, I don't know, spouting like half the stuff these people are saying, it's like it would be heartbreaking as a dad, you know? Like that would be heartbreaking to see. Cause it's just like the most naive, like just dumb, like I don't know, like weird. Yeah, anyhow. Like I said, I'm spicy today. Spicy Josh. This is Spicy Josh. I should call these like when I have like a live stream where I get spicy, I should call them something. Um Maybe we could call it Diablo Kemble Kremble. A Diablo Kremble stream. Um Vic said, "What color is your graphite, bro?" Yeah, I just it's a very strange community. And I think like the thing that's fun about being an artist is like we're quite often like outsiders. And so I feel like artists have a unique ability to kind of um, critically analyze a little bit some of the stupidity. Like it, you know, to be honest, like if anyone's gonna see a Matrix kind of thing, it would be artists. Um, you know, because we're constantly deconstructing, you know, story and like looking at story around us, learning communication, that kind of thing. So, you know, you do start learning codes, you know. Um, I mean, working in design and illustration, it's like you learn visual communication, you start learning the power of marketing. And it's like, you know, yeah, it's great if you can convince people that like buying something is going to bring them happiness. It's like, you know, you've done half your job in marketing. But also it's like, man, you know, it's yeah. it's sad to me sometimes to like look at people just like expending a bunch of money or like trying to be in a position where they can spend money and they think that's going to be the solution. Don't get me wrong, buying things is fun. Having money is nice. Having your material needs met is not only nice and fun, it's like kind of essential. But it's not the end all be all. And I think if somebody thinks it's the end all be all, I think they're in for like a really rough life of possibly accruing a bunch of stuff and consuming and being like a consumption machine. And that's okay. We need consumption machines as artists, like you need that like to sell stuff or to like make stories. Like somebody's got to read them. But I don't know. It should go further than that. I think people could get a little deeper with their life philosophy. Yeah, Vic was saying those types have to compensate with their Bugattis. Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of it's just like really, it's probably like a lot sadder than people realize. Like a lot of it's probably like really rough childhoods or, troubled relationships with fathers or something. Maybe a lot of these guys didn't hear, their parents like say I love you or something. It's like I think a lot of it's like these weird little subtle fragile things. Guys, look at this. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you say my collection's complete? All right, guys, we're gonna take another break. We're gonna blast through this panel like a firewall of doom. We're gonna take apart this panel and destroy it with flat colors. I hope you guys are having success and enjoying your creative night. And yeah, Vic was saying my dad hit my mom, so I'm looking for a justification for doing it to my wife. And yeah, red pillars. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of it comes down to is just like really troubled childhoods and then like taking that out. It's like a lot of things in life. Like, and this is one of the great things. You know what? We'll talk on this for a little bit, but one of the great things about storytelling, right? If you're trying to write a compelling villain or a compelling character, that's not just a force of nature, right? Generally villains have their reasons, they have their justifications, and quite often it's like kind of tragic how people end up being people that hurt people. There's like that cliche saying, hurt people, right? And there is kind of a sadness to that. Like I definitely, it's funny, even when I look at like, red pillars or whatever, I don't usually look at them like, in anger or anything. There's more just like a sadness for these like, like, just, I don't know. It's a bizarre thing, It's like, I thought we were over that whole like crazy excess and like material obsession. Like I thought that kind of died out in the 80s, like, Miami Vice era. That was like a big thing. But so now you have all these dudes, just like trying to rekindle or compensate for their like broken pasts with like money and abuse. You know, it was very strange. Let's see here. Let's get so I'm gonna just finish this railing here, and then from there we'll take a break, and we'll come back. We're gonna draw a storm of drawings that become a giant, amazing background. Nice. Vic said, I'm heading out. Pasta la vista. Nice. Enjoy the pasta. Take it easy, Vic. I'll see you on the next one. Hope the comics are coming along good. We got our panel rocking the Casbah here. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and finish this railing here. And then once I finish the railing, we'll watch a trailer and possibly put something on to do commentary on. But I feel like I've been spicy Josh, and I've been on a bit of a rant here. So we might continue that. If there's something you guys were kind of interested in dipping into, I know there was also that interesting kind of Jacques Fresco stuff that Philip Chandler had recommended. Might be kind of fun to dip into. What do we have? We got Dee Dee saying maybe talk about what good has been done helping others when you have the money to do so. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point. People having money isn't necessarily a bad thing, you know. I think that take, you know, of just like people who are wealthy being evil instantly is a bad take. However, you know, I think if you're acquiring wealth through like human trafficking or something, like that's kind of a shitty way to gain wealth. And so, like, well, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's inherently bad at all to have money. And again, like, I don't think it's bad to accrue, you know, large amounts of money. But I think like just making the assumption that that is the end all be all of the purpose of life, that's where people err, you know. Because again, I have some really good friends that are very wealthy and like very good people, and like, you know, but they'd be the first to tell you that it's not like their wealth brings them happiness, you know. It's a tale as old as time, you know. If you're a fan of the Bible, like it's in Ecclesiastes, right, where it's like you have Solomon lamenting, you know, the fact that the acquisition of much wealth is not going to bring you happiness. Actually, I think Solomon's take on it was like you might actually be happier not having a ton of wealth and just eating and drinking and being merry, kind of enjoying your life. And Ecclesiastes is actually my favorite book of the Bible, weirdly enough. If you guys have not read Ecclesiastes, even if you're like a non-believer or whatever, you should. It's a really cool book. I feel like that's what we should do on stream. Let's read Ecclesiastes. Let's do a deep dive into the most depressing book of the Bible. But let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. Ecclesiastes 5. He who loves money will not be satisfied with money. This is Ecclesiastes. Nor he who loves wealth with his income. This is also vanity. We could continue. But this is the wisest person who ever lived, supposedly, according to the Bible. If you see in the province the oppression of the poor and the violation of justice and righteousness, do not be amazed for the matter, for the high official is watched by a higher. Here it is. He who loves money will not be satisfied with money, nor he who loves wealth with his income. This is also vanity. When goods increase, they increase who eat them. And what advantage has their owner but to see them with his eyes? Sweet is the sleep of a laborer, whether he eats little or much, but the full stomach of the rich will not let him sleep. It's great stuff. This is a grievous evil that I've seen under the sun. Riches were kept by their owner to his hurt, and those riches were lost in a bad venture. And he is father of a son, but he has nothing in his hand. Anyhow, we could continue, but but okay, so that's all wrapped up with like, behold, what I have seen to be good and fitting is to eat and drink and find enjoyment in the toil with which one toils under the sun the few days of his life that God has given him. For this is his lot. That's like what old school conservatives used to be about. Yeah, Dee Dee was saying the love of money, not money. Money is a tool. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't saying, I haven't claimed money's evil. You know, I like having a decent income. You know, I will say, like, there's, you know, it is smart to learn how to be wise with your money, for sure. But to pursue money with the assumption that money is going to bring you happiness, that is an error. That's all. You know, pursuing money to eat, pursuing money to be in a stable position where you can do other things. Like Dee Dee was saying, pursuing money so that you have money to give. These are all really worthy pursuits. But like, you know, when I'm seeing like a community of people who are like, pursue money for money because money is the only value you have, that's where I'm like, oh my gosh, these people are like, they're taking a road that's going to lead to misery, you know? So again, nothing wrong with money, you know? But if you're pursuing money for just the sake of, like, as if that money is going to bring you happiness, you're in for a rude awakening. And this is coming from somebody who, like, hey, I'm investing money. I'm like, say, you know, I'm a big fan of saving, being wise, and use wisdom with your money. Like, you don't want to just waste, you know, like that, like being financially irresponsible could be like one of the worst things that, especially as an artist, where like when we're we're artists, you know, learning basic financial responsibility stuff, like staying out of credit debt, like these kind of things are like really fundamental to being able to function as like a human being, and also be in a scenario where you can help people around you. So like in that case, kind of everything Dee Dee's saying is 100% spot on. But pursuing money, like with the sake and love of money, or pursuing like buying a Bugatti and thinking that's going to give you an identity, or value, that's where it's like, oh, come on. You know? Like, that's like, again, I miss the old school, you know, people who, again, would have like cited or quoted that Ecclesiastes thing where it's like, no, the pursuit of money is not going to bring you happiness. Now, a wise man will save their money and be wise with their money, and their money will increase, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being a wise man, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, Dee Dee was saying you're hanging with the wrong conversations, then hang with the givers, the helpers. No, I agree with you. The reason I was bringing that up was the red pill community. Um, there's a really toxic community online of men that are um, not they're kind of interested in talking about the pursuit of wealth and at the cost of I think their morals, and also the pursuit of like lust and all this other stuff that's just like super typical, like, you know, materialism, but wrapped under the guise of something else, you know. But yeah, Dee Dee was saying toxic community online says it all. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like Dee Dee, I think maybe we're miscommunicating, because I at no point am I saying like somebody's evil for having money, you know? I mean, you know, like again, I mean, I'm investing in the stock market for a reason, you know, like I have no issue with like the place that I work, and the place that I work is employment that's provided by a very wealthy man who owns the business. I respect that man, you know, it's like I don't know, it's like I don't think wealth is bad. I just don't think it's inherently good. I think it's like it just is a tool, like you were saying, and I think people who are misapplying it, I think that's kind of what my point was. So hopefully that makes a lot of sense. But the worship of money is a problem, you know. That's more what I was talking about, because there's communities that worship money, and it's not just like I don't want to just target like red pillars. Like there's artists I know that like worship money, and I think like what's weird is, and this is just something I've noticed in my own life, is like a lot of people who worship money actually end up not accruing a lot of money. Like, so that's the weird thing too. It kind of can be like a like Dee Dee was saying, some of the most giving people I know are pretty wealthy, and like part of how they got wealthy was by being really giving, which is a strange thing, you know. Like if somebody is kind of trying to hoard, that doesn't often lead to wealth. It's kind of a strange thing. Yeah, Thomas or Philip was saying, I don't think I know anybody who worships money, too busy trying to make enough just to keep up. um well, that's the thing, is like I don't think it's bad to pursue enough to kind of meet those base needs, you know. All right. So, you guys, and here's the thing too, money doesn't mean quality either. So, that's the other catch that I was kind of getting with the money. Like, you could make um, a lot of money doing something really unethical. The money doesn't make it ethical. Now, a lack of money doesn't make something ethical too. Like, you could do something that makes no money, and just because it makes no money doesn't suddenly make it ethical. But I think there's this thing that happens sometimes in society where people think inherently if something makes money it's good, and that's not true, you know. You could sell a product that, you know, destroys people and make a lot of money. So there has to be more than making money, was my whole point. But you know, to alleviate I think Dee Dee's concerns, like I'm not saying people with money are inherently evil. And I don't think it's bad to pursue a living. Like you should be able to meet your basic needs, you know. Nothing wrong with that. So we are going to take a break, play a trailer, and Spicy Josh will continue. This will be the Spicy Josh cast. So, anyhow, I'll be right back. Tell me what you think. What do you guys think? Do you think that buying a Bugatti is going to make someone happy? Like that's going to give them all their identity, all their issues in life will all suddenly be solved by buying a Bugatti. Let me know in chat. I'll be right back. We're going to play. We'll play. What do we play? Let's play the Two Stories Christmas trailer. All right. So, anyhow, Ecclesiastes, really interesting book that I think people should dip into. It's quoted a lot in like popular culture. There's that that Beatles song that talked about like to every season or everything there is a season. That's a quote from Ecclesiastes. I will say, if you have mental health struggles, though, don't read Ecclesiastes. But it's a great book. I love it. It's full of a lot of wisdom. And one of my favorite things in it like talks about, it's like this king who's kind of saying like, he's like basically parsing through all the different ways that somebody would search for happiness in life. Like the whole point being like, it's a guy who is super wealthy. And again, like some people could view this as like an allegorical story. I think either way, whatever way you're reading it, like it's just a good book. But anyhow, so the whole premise of it is like this guy who's like a really wealthy king who has like pretty much all the resources in the world is writing a book about the pursuit of happiness. And it's so good. It's so good. And he kind of breaks it down like in a lot of ways. So like even the pursuit of wealth, he talks about that. Like he basically says, well, so I thought I'd pursue, there's a couple things he talks about and then rules out. Like one of them's like pursuing the passions, right? So he's like lust makes people happy. People like getting funky. I'm paraphrasing, but that's one of the things, right? And he's like, so I pursued that. And he's basically saying like he got all these wives and like just had like wild parties and stuff like that. And he was like, yeah, and it didn't bring happiness. It just kind of leaves you empty and it gives you like this brief fulfillment, but like, once that cup's filled, it needs to be refilled. It's like never going to fill that, vacuum in your heart, right? And then another one that's really huge that I think gets ignored, quite a lot is the pursuit of wealth, where he talks about the absurdity of trying to find happiness in wealth, And he basically says, like, I thought, so maybe wealth will bring happiness because with this wealth, I can make a great kingdom. I can give a lot. I can like pass a bunch on to my relatives and stuff like that. But then he talked about it and he's like, his conclusion was like, well, okay, so let's say I build like the most beautiful kingdom on earth. And inevitably I die, and then I pass on that kingdom to like some king who doesn't treat his people well and lets the whole thing erode, or I build a building and the building collapses because somebody didn't know how to take care of it. Like he's like, so it's like, even that is like vanity. Like it's vanity. That's his conclusion. It's kind of like that. Everything is vanity, meaning it's like wind. It's wind that comes and goes. And like, there was an era in time where very wealthy men like knew this about wealth. Like it's an old book that most wealthy men would have read. It's like, it's bizarre for me when I see communities that are just ignorant to like this old wisdom that's been around for thousands of years, and generally kind of agreed upon, like literature tends to agree with it. Again, wealthy aren't bad, but it's like, if you're looking for everything solved in that. Now, let's get into other stuff like regarding wealth. Is it good to eat? Yes. Eating is good. Like, I've definitely been in positions in my life where I was in such dire straits where it was like trying to even think, are we going to be able to eat next week? That is one of the worst positions anybody can be in, like, or if you're like, man, next week I might lose my living situation. I may not have a roof over my head. The stresses of being of financial uncertainty are like real. And that is a scenario where wealth can definitely help with happiness. So I'm not saying wealth inherently is bad. I think it is good to work and it is good to be able to provide for yourself and be able to eat and be able to help people out. Like, a good case in point, I am really happy that, my wife and I were fortunate enough to be in a position to help out, family when we've needed to. And, to have a house to offer a place of refuge for people when they're struggling, has been really cool. It's been very enjoyable. There's been multiple times, that my wife and I have been able to offer a place to stay for people who were in a dire situation where they had nowhere to stay, and it's like, that is kind of touching on, I think, a little bit of what Dee Dee is talking about, where it's like, there's definitely value to that. Like, that brought a lot of joy to be blessed enough to be able to do that, and like, if we had made different financial decisions when we were younger, or, and again, like, some of it didn't have to do with our decisions. A lot of it's just provision. In my opinion, it's God's provision, where it's like, dude, I don't know, like I know enough people who've done everything right in life and have just ended up in really bad situations, to know that it's not always like somebody's bad choices that lead them to, being in rough situations. Sometimes it's just life, But I will say it's been really nice to be in a position to be able to help people out. I had a friend going through a divorce and was able to provide them a place to stay, while they got on their feet. And it's like, that was really nice to be able to do. And I wouldn't have been able to do that if I didn't have a place. I would have been kind of in a position where, I'd be like, well, that sucks, but I can't, do much about it. So being able to provide for basic needs, or like Dee Dee was saying, like being able to help people out, there's definitely a joy in that. I started this off by talking about like an aquarium and being able to get my wife a pretty cool like fish tank. That's a totally absurd thing. Even she didn't really want me to get it for her because it's just kind of a stupid thing, but it's not a stupid thing because like that will bring her joy. Like my wife really enjoys the fish she has, and that brings her joy. And so like being able to have like a little bit of extra, I got like a bonus last week, and being able to kind of do that for her brings me a lot of joy. So I'm not saying it's inherently evil. I'm just highlighting the fact that like it doesn't solve all your problems. Um, and I think that people who are looking for a solution to like all the ills in their life and think that a paycheck is going to solve all of that, that's not the case. Now, being able to meet basic needs, dude, like that's important. So, in that case, like, I remember this is years ago, but like my wife and I struggled with debt for a long time. Um, and I remember when we were in the thick of it, we had a friend who who was telling us how to get out of debt. And they're like, that extra like $500 or $600 you have, and you spend on like movies and all this stuff. Like just set that aside and like put that towards your credit, and like you'll pay off your debt. And I remember we were not in a position where we had an extra $500 or $600 a month. And so it was like hearing somebody who's just completely detached from reality talking to me about money, and they were like, oh, this is just how you cure all your money problems. And I was like, well, I mean, look, we wouldn't be in the scenario we're at if we had $500 or $600 extra a month. Like we're not buying Starbucks every day, like, and that was all their scenarios were like, that. And now keep in mind that friend wasn't a bad person for giving us that advice. It's just like they were so detached from what it's like to not be in their financial range that they just couldn't imagine that like you wouldn't be in a scenario where like, oh, you're just having this problem because you're spending money on Starbucks or something. And so I've definitely been on the other side of that too. Not that we're like incredibly wealthy now, but we, have enough to meet our basic needs. And like, that's been a really cool thing, but that's also a thing we've worked really hard for, let's see. Dee Dee says, what does he end up saying brings happiness? So the odd thing is, so in Ecclesiastes, it's interesting, but like his big conclusion, let's see here. Oh, it's so good. Let's get into Ecclesiastes. Okay, Ecclesiastes, the last chapter. It's so funny. I didn't think I'd be reading Ecclesiastes today. The conclusion of the matter. Okay. This is like, that's a weird translation. Hang on, let's find the ESV. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, so it says, you're supposed to fear God and keep his commandments. That's part of it. But he also says, here it is. I know there's a good one. That's kind of like the whole thing. I'm not finding it, but basically I can summarize it. It's basically to enjoy the wife of your youth, to eat, drink, and be merry, and to enjoy your toil because you're going to have to toil anyway. So you might as well enjoy basically working, and then to fear God and keep his commandments. That's basically the big secret he found, which was like, pretty much like you're going to be working, so you should enjoy work because regardless, all your days are going to be toil. So you might as well take joy in it. To enjoy your wife if you have one, and to eat, drink, and be merry. Enjoy eating and drinking and life. that's that's the solution. And his conclusion was pretty dark because it was basically like, because you're just gonna die and it's all gonna rot anyway. So that's the gist. Uh, Vic was saying, I mean this in the sincerest way possible, but I don't understand exactly what you do with the fish tank. You have fish in them and they're pretty and they make you happy. That's the secret to life, guys, is a fish tank. No, my wife really enjoys seeing the fish. Like, we have a little 10-gallon tank and she's really gotten a lot of joy out of it. And I have to admit, it's kind of funny to watch these fish grow from like these tiny little fish to these big fish, and they're very goofy and very pretty, and there is some fun with it. But it's a totally stupid expense that, like, years ago we wouldn't have been able to, like, why would we get a fish tank? Because again, when you're on that baseline where you're just like, dude, everything you buy has to have a utility, things can get really stressful. I'm not saying, here's the other thing, I'm also not saying somebody buying a Bugatti is a bad thing. Like, I'm sure it is super fun to drive like a super sports car. I'm sure that's super enjoyable. Um, but it's one of those things of like, just don't get fooled by the tool. Like Dee Dee was saying, these are tools. They're not ends. They're means, not ends. And so it's like, yeah. Because I know a lot of cartoonists too who do this. I've been caught in this trap before, where I've been like, man, like, if I just finish this book, I'm gonna be like content because I'll have this book out. And it usually starts really small, where it'll be like, oh, I just need to finish a comic, and if I had like 2 readers, I'd be happy. And then it's like, you finish a comic and you get 10 readers, and then you're like, man, if I could just finish a graphic novel and then have 50 readers, then I'd be happy. And then you finish a graphic novel and you're like, man, if I could just make 2 graphic novels. I've been doing this long enough to know that anytime my mind goes down that train, at the end of the day, I'm just going to be making art. And as hellish or as enjoyable as that process might be, whatever it is as I'm doing it, at the end of the day, like, the end product is never going to bring me like full fulfillment, because the idea of anything like that bringing full fulfillment is just, it's a lie. And so that doesn't mean I should abandon it. It's just like that I've resigned myself to the fact that I'm probably just going to be making comics forever. And my mind is always going to be telling me like, oh, this will be the one, this will be the graphic novel that I finish and then everything's great. No. So at the end of the day, I want a bunch of books on a shelf. And why do I want that? Just because. And I want to make good books, and hopefully they speak to people. That's basically it. Like, I don't have like a idea that, like, and then I'll get an Eisner, and if I get an Eisner, I'll be fulfilled. Because I know people who've gotten Eisners, and it didn't stop for them either. Like, they didn't get like, oh, okay, now I've reached it, and now that impossible thing is closed. Because that's the vacuum of humanity. We're always searching for things to fill the void. So that's my take on it, as dark as it is. It's like, look, you're going to be like constantly like trying to fill this thing, and it's never going to be full. Like, that's just the nature of being human. Welcome, guys. Welcome to my optimistic Spicy Josh stream. Let me know in chats what you think about Spicy Josh. Should I tone it down? I'm just feeling spicy today. I feel like, let's get into it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about all the things you're not supposed to talk about. Dee Dee said, like watching your garden grow. Vic said, I'm immature. I'll understand when I'm older. Maybe. honestly, there's some things that people are more clued into when they're younger. A good example is like Catcher in the Rye. It's one of my favorite books, right? Holden Caulfield, the part of Holden Caulfield that's young, that like when I read that book now, that just seems really like I connected to a lot when I was younger. And now I read and I'm just like, oh man, this kid is just dumb. um, that part is more the idealism and the lack of ability that Holden the character has to sort of deal with reality as is. So his like descriptions aren't wrong about people. Like, part of the thread of Catcher in the Rye, the story is like Holden Caulfield starts realizing that adults are all full of shit, right? And he starts looking at things and he's like, man, it's crazy because like advertising, it's all phony. And he looks at everything and starts realizing it's all fake, it's all phony. I don't want to be fake and phony. The problem, so here's the thing, his description isn't wrong, right? His prescription is the sign of his youth, right? Where it's like there's something about being young that can make you not compromise in scenarios where compromise is the right call. So it's kind of like one of those things of like the descriptive reality. This is a weird way of putting it, but it's like your description can be accurate, but your choice of what to do with that description kind of, I think, usually is different between a young person and an adult. An adult, like, generally is going to understand that there's like compromise that you have to make in life. Like there's things that are not perfect and ideal that you just kind of have to do as an adult. You know, it's like, dude, I don't like waking up and going to work, like, but as an adult, that's what you do. You kind of wake up and go to work. But it's like, Holden Caulfield was just like, again, like when I've reread Catcher in the Rye, I haven't like read what he said and been like, oh, he's totally off base. I still relate to what he's saying about humans. Like people are really phony. Sales is phony. There's a lot of phoniness in the world. It's just that, like, unlike Holden Caulfield, I'm kind of like, yeah, but I mean, that's kind of the phoniness you have to engage in. You just kind of have to play the game. Like that's just part of being an adult. I don't know if that makes sense. So, Vic, I don't think age dictates, your observational skills. It might dictate, like, your prescriptions might be wrong. Your descriptions can be 100% accurate. Now, Vic, I don't know your prescription, so I don't know if you'd apply to that, but I just was thinking about that. Let's see here. Oh, Philip was saying, too much hitting the fan as soon as I accepted it. Oh, Philip's talking about having to work like for 3 people. Okay, so like Philip, Vic said Spicy Josh isn't as spicy, isn't as spicy as you act like. Well, I mean, there's Spicy Josh online. This is me being spicy for my chats, where I'm like, yeah, the red pill community is bullshit. Uh, Trump's indictment looks really bad. This is all stuff I've said during this stream. I'm just mentioning divisive shit that I wouldn't always mention. That's what I mean by spicy. Now, is this really spicy? No, for sure not. Now, if you want to see me really spicy, you gotta send in some super chats. That's all. I need like massive amounts of super chats to get really spicy. That's a joke, by the way. So let's see here. But Philip, that sucks, by the way. Like the whole thing about, I've definitely been in that position where you're at a workplace and you end up understaffed and you're covering like 5 people's positions. That is rough and untenable to an extent. and I'm sorry you're having to deal with that, because that can be a real stressor for sure. And workplace stress is real too. But yeah, I feel like you know, oh, interesting. Let's see. I think Dee Dee said spicy Josh needs a dose of Philippians 4:8-9. Philippians 4:8-9. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that I already know. I mean, I know that one by heart, so I don't even have to read that one. Whatever is true, whatever is just, whatever is lovely, we must fix our thoughts on these things. Yeah, that's not bad. But again, Ecclesiastes, what is it? It's St. Augustine. This is one of my favorite thinkers in like theology. And this is one of the reasons I haven't even explained this on here. I've talked crap about Thomas Kincaid, and I don't know if I've ever explained my theological reason for at least my own calling as an artist. Why don't I want to do Thomas Kincaid stuff? Is there a place for that? For sure. No question. I'm not going to knock the place for Thomas Kincaid type stuff. But for my own calling, and I've talked about this a lot, like one of the main reasons I wrote 2 stories is I don't think it serves my own opinion, right? Opinion doesn't have to apply to other people. I don't think it serves anyone any good to talk about a life philosophy without descriptively showing reality as it is. And so it's one of those things of like, I don't think personally, this is just my own opinion, of like, and I'm going to talk about the Bible or whatever, but my own opinion is I don't think Philippians means anything if you don't have Ecclesiastes. I think you need Ecclesiastes. And St. Augustine, one of the great thinkers of early theology, called it total depravity. And the fundamental requirement of total depravity for salvation. I really believe in this. So the idea is, if you don't know if somebody doesn't realize what the stakes are and what reality is, they will never see the value of salvation. Right? And I mean, yeah. So to me, like, I feel like my place in art, obviously on this story, it's just to entertain people. This isn't like a theological calling. But with 2 stories, like, the whole purpose is like, this is total depravity, and painting that picture, because it's going to talk about the rest of the picture. But without the total depravity, the testimony is meaningless. That's my own opinion. Dee Dee said, you need to show the ugly side of life and everything. No, but I'm just a person who, I'm not kidding in the sense of Ecclesiastes is my favorite book of the Bible. And there's a reason for that. It's not like it brings me joy, but that book saved me. So it's like one of those things of like, I just base it on things that work for me and work for people I know. I think we all have different callings and stuff. I think we all have different art styles. I think some of us like to entertain. I definitely like to entertain too. You'll see that on this, show where it's like, dude, I like talking about happy stuff too. But there's occasional days like today where I want to talk about everything. Yeah. But I think that you don't have to show total depravity in everything. But I think that if no one's showing total depravity, then you risk losing the plot. Does that make sense? That's a really weird way of saying it. Dee Dee said, seeing beauty like peace, family, home, for example, in a linkage is good. Yeah. I mean, again, like it's good, but beauty is not the only thing. And again, like it's like the hero's journey story. That's a good example. Does anyone want to read a hero's journey story where the hero has no struggle or no growth to have or no challenge to overcome? Because if you have a story, like I've heard this criticism of some superhero movies, and I kind of agree with it. If you have a superhero where like there's no real stakes and no real challenge or interest, and like, or the superhero's like endlessly powerful, and so like no one is even remotely a threat to this giantly powerful superhero, it becomes like kind of a boring story. You know, because it's like, well, why do I care? Like if the superhero can't fall, then like what's the plot? What's the story? That's what I'm getting at. It's like I think for me, my own conviction on my own art, you know, and again, you know, like this book that I'm working on here, I don't think this is speaking to total depravity. This book is just fun. You know, this book on the Brownings, this is just a really entertaining story. And the hope is to like provoke thought, but like about history, and there's some beauty in it. But in general, this is an entertainment book. You know, this is a book that's supposed to be entertaining. And that's probably the biggest primary goal of this book. But this book, Not Death But Love, The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, is a different book than Two Stories was and is, right? So there's different books, there's different intentions. My own opinion, like why I hate Thomas Kincaid, is I feel like there's people doing that way better. So like for what he's trying to communicate, if I look at somebody like Norman Rockwell in comparison, I'm like, oh, Rockwell is doing what Kincaid claims he's doing, but Rockwell's doing it well. That's my own opinion. Again, when we're talking about opinions on art, it's like, you know, it's just an opinion, but it's, to me, it's like no question. Like Norman Rockwell depicted everything that Kincaid was claiming to want to depict, but 10 billion times more effectively. And he didn't have to have glitter on his picture reproductions. I'm sorry, Dee Dee. I just really hate Thomas Kincaid. It's like a hater thing, too. I'll totally admit to that. Like, I just arbitrarily, it's like there's a part of me that just, you know, when I was growing up, that was at malls, and you know, people who found out I was an artist just were like, oh, you could do like the Thomas Kincaid thing. And I was just like, oh, I don't like him. Now, if you're out there and you like Thomas Kincaid, hey, you know what? That's great. You know, I like a lot of artists that you'd probably look at and be like, oh, is that art? You know, for sure. I could show you some stuff. I could show you some stuff that I like. I could probably play you some stuff that I like, some music that I like, that I think is like the best music ever. And you would probably be like, this is not music. So I'm just throwing that out there just to let you know, Thomas Kincaid is my own personal, like, you know. Now I want to, okay, this is Spicy Josh, okay? You may not think this is spicy. Let's get spicy. I want to see in the chats, who's your least favorite artist? And don't try not to name anybody who's like small time, because that's just not fair. Like if we're gonna punch, we should punch up, okay? But like who's like do you have a musician or a movie that like a ton of people like, and you just look at it and you're like, oh, I can't even begin to wrap my head around why people like this. And if it's me, that's great. I'm glad to hear it. Let's get a hate train going, guys. Let's get a hate train. I'm spicy today. Dee Dee said, but again, I do not see the idea that we don't see enough bad in the world. I didn't say we don't see enough bad in the world. I just think if we're doing art that is going to talk about salvation and the need for salvation, that you can't have that conversation without addressing total depravity. I'm not saying you have to be depressing. I'm just saying that, like, if you're painting a pretty picture and that's all you're doing, and you're trying to have a hard conversation about something that's reliant on total depravity, then that needs to be a part of the conversation. For me, right? Not for you, for me. For my own art. I think it's essential. And I'm not alone on that. Like, you know, I mean, St. Augustine thought that was essential to the conversation. He saw a lot of people in his lifetime that were having that conversation without total depravity. And he kind of wrote books about it, how you can't kind of have one without the other. Like that, it's kind of fundamental. Evil doesn't have to be the point of your art. It shouldn't be the point of your art. I don't know how what I just said made it sound like I was saying evil should be the point of your art. I just think if you're going to make art about beauty, there's much better artists than Thomas Kinkade. There's Cezanne, you know? Cezanne's making art about beauty. You know? Thomas Kincaid's making shitty paintings of cottages. I'm just saying, like, he's just not that good. That's the point. Like, that's my opinion of Kinkade. You know? I don't think his message is bad. I think his execution is bad for what he's trying to do. I think there's much better people out there doing what he did way more effectively. Does that negate the value of his work? No. It's just I personally don't like it. I don't think he's that good of a painter. I think his subject matter is really boring. I think if you want to see somebody doing beautiful things with color, again, like look at Cezanne painting a fruit, and it just, there you go. There's somebody doing, this is beauty, this is color. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that's my opinion. I just don't like Kinkade. Doesn't do it for me. Not going to change my opinion on Thomas Kinkade, especially on a spicy Josh day. Thomas said, I think Heath Ledger's portrayal of the Joker wasn't as good. See, this is good because I disagree with you. I think it was one of the best portrayals. He was good in that film, but so was everyone else. I don't know. Here's the thing. I have to admit, like, just his performance was chilling to me. It was one of the better performances I've seen in a movie. But I could totally understand that viewpoint without agreeing. That's the beauty of a spicy Josh stream. I can hear a viewpoint without agreeing. But yes, Dee Dee, I don't think it's bad to pursue beauty in art and pursue telling about beauty. However, I don't think the onus is on me to do that if that's not what I feel called to do. Like if I felt like doing a story that was my testimony, right, which is what two stories is, the two parts combined will eventually be my testimony, then I need to talk about total depravity for me to be honest about it with my art, right? That's all. I'm not saying like every artist out there should be depicting total depravity. However, I think to tell a good story, a good story quite often is going to talk about good and evil. In order to tell a story about a superhero, generally you're going to want some kind of conflict. Now, even if we're talking about aesthetically, right, you might still want some conflict. Like you might want a little bit of tension, just visual tension in your art. You might want some juxtaposition going on. But again, like it's different for each person, like, and again, it's also different for each project. Because like on this project that I'm working on now, dude, I just want to entertain people. I'm not trying to make points about total depravity in this book. Total depravity will not be in this book. But if you read two stories, that book is all about total depravity. And to be clear, total depravity doesn't mean like depicting depraved situations. I'm meaning the word in the way that Augustine talked about it, which was like kind of the human condition rather than depraved things or like people doing horrible things. Let's see here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Am I being spicy enough? Am I still not being spicy? Is this spicy, Josh? Have I pissed anyone off? If not, I need to work harder. This is supposed to be spicy, Josh. I'm in a spicy mood. I'm a spicy meatball today. Dee Dee says Spicy Josh needs to live in a Bosch painting. Hey, Bosch is amazing. Those Bosch paintings are so cool. They're like Where's Waldo pictures in hell. They are amazing. Yeah, I'm goth Josh. I'm just Dee Dee. I'm just gonna listen to The Cure. Okay, I'm gonna sit in the corner. I'm gonna go to goth clubs. I'm gonna dress like Wednesday Addams. It's just me, okay, Dee Dee? I'm joking. Again, it's just the different books, different art, different books. Personally, I just have a beef with Thomas Kincaid. That's my big thing. I don't know what my hangup is. I just don't think he was that good of a painter. Would I like the success that he had? Oh, 100%. I would like that. I would like that money. And you could counter with, but money doesn't mean happiness. Well, yeah, but I still want money. Like, I'm not an idiot, Having money's nice. Just not the end all be all. True. Thomas said, without dark, how can there be light? And that's what we're talking about. Adam Lore said, hey, Phil and Josh, I'm just being goth Josh today, Adam. I'm being gothic, depressed Josh. Getting into the darkness of my soul on stream. Talking about total depravity and evil rich people. I'm just going to exaggerate, Dee Dee, just to mess around because that wasn't what I was saying, but I'll just lean into it. Evil rich people just pursuing wealth for nothing else. Talking about horrible political viewpoints. It's a crazy, spicy Josh stream. Buckle in. We're in for the ride. Are you ready, Adam? Are you ready, Mr. Lore? Buckle in. It's going to be a dangerous ride. Yeah, welcome, Adam. How you doing? What are you working on? I hope it's going well. I've been in a spicy Josh mood. Spicy Kremble. Spicy Josh. Oh, wait. We already read that one. Philip said, I just made a quick post to the group. I felt MIA there and I needed to apologize and explain. Dee Dee said, but don't deny the light. Of course not. Unless You're like, it really depends. It really depends. What's your point? You know, like, what's your point in your book? What are you trying to say? I have different books that are trying to say different things. You can have different intentions with different projects. Kind of like Dee Dee, you know, when you're doing a collage, you probably want people to feel a certain way. And sometimes you're going to do an art collage that talks about beauty, right? And maybe just talks about like formal stuff, or you know, you might do one that's just about color, right? And then you might do one that's about sadness and darkness, and maybe it doesn't feel good to look at, but it's like kind of strangely beautiful, but it may not have like a light solution to it. You know, sometimes you're going to write Hamlet, sometimes you're going to write, you know, one of my favorite, it's funny, everybody talks about Hamlet and Romeo and Juliet, right, which are great works, right? But like one of my favorite of all time Shakespeare things is Much Ado About Nothing. And that's one of the most fun, just romantic comedies by Shakespeare. It doesn't have a dark element to it. You know, if you watch like Hamlet or read Hamlet, you'll leave just like questioning existence, right? But if you read Much Ado About Nothing, it's like it makes you really happy for romance and love and humor and life. It's a very positive book, right? They can both exist by the same author, you know, and neither, I don't think, again, like that's probably my favorite Shakespeare thing. Most people's favorites are is like real dark stuff. But I'm just saying, just because you're leaning into the darkness, your story doesn't always have to talk about light. Doesn't always have to talk about dark. What it shouldn't do is be a shitty Thomas Kincaid painting. Okay. I'll be right back. We're gonna And by the way, Dee Dee, you're awesome. And by the way, if you guys haven't checked out Dee Dee's channel, you should. Dee Dee makes really cool art. She does some of the coolest collages I've ever seen. She does really cool crafts and all sorts of interesting things. Dee Dee says you like the darkness. That isn't for everyone. But that's the thing. I don't know if I like the darkness. There's just times where I need to explore the darkness. And there's a beauty to facing the darkness and coming out the other side, right? That's kind of the beauty of the darkness. Welcome to the darkness, spicy Josh stream. Yes. Anyhow, sorry. I've been getting spicy. I'll be back with more spice. I don't know if that's going to be sporty spice. I don't know if that's going to be, I don't know which spice this is going to be when I come back. Who knows? I'll keep you on your toes. So here is the next, but look at this. All this spice has gotten me through the flats for most of the first panel, except for the crazy city scene that I'm going to probably lean into the darkness as I am executing it, because it will be a nightmare. Okay, I'll be right back. Here is the trailer for here is a trailer for Jacob's Apartment, a testimonial even.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
We're in for the long haul, guys. I'm going to play another trailer and then we will continue because I am going to finish this panel tonight. And I'll check out chats in a second too. But here is another testimonial, and then we will get back to working on comics and being spicy. Spicy, that's right. Okay.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Okay, on a more positive note, we did have an interesting conversation, Dee Dee, that you missed. And I'd love to hear your take on this. You missed this whole fun conversation that happened earlier on where we were talking about how have you ever wondered if you were in a zombie apocalypse, which art tools you would use as weapons to defend yourself? We had all sorts of answers. I think Gary Hodges had the most effective weapon, which was using the guillotine cutter and just like prying it off and using that as like a machete. But we were talking about like an art school melee. So you missed the fun stuff. I agree, Dee Dee. That was a nice promo by Philip. Adam said, had a little bit of music break lately. Been exploring some interesting tunings that aren't based on the standard 12 notes. Nice. So are you basically joining like a new metal band? I'm teasing. You gonna do some drop D chugga chugga riffs? I'm guessing that's not what you mean. You're probably talking about like more music theory stuff, but you know what I think of when I think of weird tunings? Sonic Youth has some of the coolest, like weirdest tunings. You can find a lot of them online too. But like if I think with you, a lot of it's probably going to be like keyboards and stuff. Although I do know you play guitar as well. But yeah, like going down the Sonic Youth train of like weird off tunings is one of the funnest things in the world. And it can create like some really interesting music because the tuning is just so bizarre that like sometimes you can end up finding notes and chords that are just strangeness, You know what? Music's a really good example for what I've been talking about like darkness in stories. There are times where you need perfect resonance, right? And then there's times there are times where you need what is it called, like concordance, and then there's times where you need discordance, and I think both are music. And sometimes to like really experience the beauty of harmonics, it's to actually hear something that is discordant juxtaposed against something that is beautiful. So you have that one thing that causes the waves that are going into your ears to just like say no, and then it goes to something that speaks to that unspeakable thing that is music. Adam said, I am exploring entirely new notes that standard instruments can't make. Nice. What instruments are you using to make these notes? And are they notes that you can even hear? There's a whole realm of the silent, unsilent. It's kind of nuts. My dog is in tune to like some stuff that I cannot hear. I think that's pretty rad. His audio experience is very different from my own. I think that's pretty cool. It would be interesting to be in his head for a minute or two and hear what he hears with his giant dog ears and his auditory senses being able to pick up frequencies that I can't. Philip said, interesting. He'll be curious to hear that. I need to see. I still haven't seen Gary's convention wrap up. I heard he kind of cleaned up, though. I always want to hear. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but anytime you guys do cons or events, I'm rooting for you. I want you to clean up. I want to get to the point where there is shops in the mall, Thomas Kincaid style, for all of you guys. That would be cool. If there was like a store that's dedicated to you and selling your stuff. That would be a fun world to live in. I would like to live in that world. That wasn't so spicy. I gotta get spicier. What's a spicy meatball topic? What's a spicy meatball topic that I can get into? Let's see here. I feel like I'm missing a deselection here, and I'm not going to see it till. But I also know I have coffee that I have brewing, and that coffee is potentially ready. This is going to be a weird disclosure. So I will occasionally brew a pot of coffee. That coffee's been off, but the pot is still there, and I will just microwave some of the coffee in that pot. Spicy Josh. Hot take. Oh, speaking of hot take, have you guys ever heard Hot Pants by James Brown? Speaking of spicy, that is a great song. I just think it's awesome that James Brown was like so moved by Hot Pants that he wrote a whole song about it. And like there is palpable feeling on that song about Hot Pants. He is palpably letting you know how he feels about Hot Pants. And more power to him. You know what I mean? I don't know if I heard Dee Dee's tools. Like, what would be, if Dee Dee was in a zombie apocalypse, what would be the art tool weapons that you would use within said zombie experience? If you guys are ever bored and you have not heard Hot Pants by James Brown, you haven't lived really. You haven't really lived until you've heard Hot Pants by James Brown. James Brown's a tough one, right? Like, I really enjoy James Brown's music. The more I've read about James Brown, he is was not a good guy. Like, was not a good dude. Even his own bandmates, just was not a good guy. Like, just as a human being, not very nice. But man, I love James Brown. Okay. Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, Dee Dee did hit it. Okay, let's see here. We've got the zombie would just cut the electricity and leave all the artists in the dark. Nice. Oh, you went with the Exacto. Stabbing each other with Exactos. Yeah, we talked about Exactos. We talked about potentially using like mechanical pencils as darts. My chosen weapon was the T square because I feel like it's very much a I don't know, it feels like a Lord of the Rings-ish kind of weapon, like the T square. I feel like Gary Hodge is like dislodging the arm from the guillotine cutter and using that as a machete is the most effective that I've heard yet. Let's see here. I'm not advocating violence, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know. Philip said, Josh actually misses chunks of the chat, and I've learned to accept it now. LOL. Thanks a lot, Philip. I'm just kidding. I'm just going to be spicy today. Spicy. That's not true, Philip. I did read that. I pay attention to everything in chat. It just takes me a while. Dee Dee will know this, though, because if you guys ever watch a stream of Dee Dee's, it is insane how, first off, very effectively she navigates chat. But second off, when there's that many people watching the live stream, I think it would be physically impossible to acknowledge everything in chat. She does an excellent job of it, but there is something Dee Dee will attest to this. You too, Philip, I'm sure would notice this, but it's like the more active chat is, and you're working on art too, inevitably you're going to miss one or two things, you know? Let's see here. Yeah, Adam was saying Dee Dee just busts out super chats. That's a fair point. She will sometimes. Got it. And then let's see here. Philip was saying, see, of all the things he reads, but he missed 4 other comments I made. Josh, you completely read around half of what I said. Oh no. Okay, we'll go back. Philip said I used to love the 12th Night. I'm reading all your chats, Philip. Trying to stay away from the religious points of the convo. Why are you trying to stay away, Philip? Are you running from God? I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Don't worry, Philip. I'm not trying to testify to you, dude. But I could see somebody doing that where they're like, what are you scared of? You scared of God? Anyhow, I'm here all night, guys. Wrestlers SmackDown talks. Oh, okay. Philip addressed it and said, I think I would just use a giant eraser and erase all of the zombies. I like it. Very creative. Okay, Adam was saying he was using programs online to hit those notes that the human mind cannot Are they notes that you can hear? Are they audible notes? Or are they like, is it like music for my dog Bernie? Yeah, Dee Dee does have like 100 people. That's right, Dee Dee. Don't let me scare you away, Philip. God does live. Actually, God does love you. God loves everybody. But let's see here. What do we have? We have a night sky that we got to do. I need to take a break for 2 seconds and get coffee. I'm not feeling it. We're at the 3-hour mark too. So give me 2 seconds. I'm not feeling the sky and there's just that whole cityscape that I'm going to have to attack. And I'm not going to bed till I do attack that city with a T square. All right. Let's watch one more trailer and then get into it. And that way I can grab my coffee too. All right. Let's do Joe Biden's endorsement. This shout out to Adam Lohr. This is for you, Adam.
I'm the President, Joe Biden, and I just want to say I endorse the comic book Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble. Kemble. It's a ghost world type book, a real ghost world book, and you can get it at Amazon.com. It's a sensation. It's taking the world by storm, and I just want to say thank you to Joshua. I just want to say thank you to Joshua Kemble, and I want to announce today that we're actually starting the Kremble Award for Outstanding Amazon Comic. So go check out Kremble. Thank you. Me splits clearly it seems, only in my dreams can they're split at the seams, and I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. Please go to Amazon.com.
Thank you, Adam Lohr. That was brilliant. Adam Lohr posted that Joe Biden endorsement to his channel. And I am so thankful to Joe Biden for that endorsement. I, of course, will be giving him my vote this next election. And that endorsement might have had something to do with it. Oh my gosh, spicy. Adam said, to clarify, I've been exploring music with notes you can hear just fine, but the notes are not C or C major or minor, or major different tones and intervals, combinations that most instruments can't play. Yeah, that makes sense. There's definitely a range that you're not going to hit unless you do digital. I was joking about the dog thing, Adam. I was just thinking that music for dogs would be awesome. I apologize about my joke about the dogs and music for dogs. But I do think it's really cool. I've been thinking about this a lot lately. This is my brain, you guys. My spicy brain today. I spent a good hour today thinking about how cool it is and interesting it is that almost everything we experience is waves. You know? It's just really interesting. Like, I don't know why that was an interesting thought. It was just an interesting thought. What else have I've been thinking about recently? I have been thinking more about that brain in a vat conundrum thing, because it's an interesting thought experiment. So the brain in a vat is basically, this is a classic. If a scientist out there could somehow connect your brain to electrodes, hang in there, guys. We're going to get heavy into a philosophical conundrum. The classic brain in a vat. Okay. So here's the premise. If you could set up a scenario where somebody's brain could be detached from their body. So just imagine that, like, you volunteer for an experiment where somebody will remove your brain from your body, but your brain will be connected through wires to your body. And these are incredibly long wires. Or we could even modernize it. Let's modernize the thought experiment. So it's connected remotely, because back in the day when this was initially presented, it was like, presented with like, it's connected with like a cable. But nowadays with Wi-Fi and stuff like that, so it's like Wi-Fi connected to your body, this brain that's going to be removed. Like, they find a way to remove your brain, and it's connected through Wi-Fi to your body, so your brain can literally be anywhere and your body can be anywhere. So your brain stays in, let's just use a couple places I've lived. So your brain is in Los Angeles, in a lab, in a vat. And it is connecting cordlessly to your body, which, by the way, in this experiment, your body has all capacities. Like, your eyes are still connected to your body. And again, they're connected remotely to this brain that's in a vat in Los Angeles. But everything else, every other component, your ears, your eyes, your whole body, that is connected to you and connected to your brain remotely. So your brain is in a vat in Los Angeles, and your body is functional and is in Portland, Oregon. So the question in this experiment is, do you, at this time, as your brain is in a vat in Los Angeles, if you hypothetically go there, do you feel yourself in the vat? Or do you experience yourself in Portland, Oregon? Which experience do you have? Do you feel like you're in Portland, Oregon, or do you feel like you're in Los Angeles? So that's the thought experiment. And I'm kind of curious in chat, what do you think? Do you think if your brain is remotely, it's removed for this scientific experiment, it's connected through Wi-Fi to your body, or through remotely to your body, your brain is kept in a vat in Los Angeles. Everything else in your body, including your eyes, all of your senses, all of your nerve endings, all of that are in Portland, Oregon. Your body's walking around. You're still connected to your brain, but your body and all your perceptions are in Portland, Oregon. So where are you? That's the question of the experiment. The thought experiment. Where are you? Are you in Los Angeles or are you in Portland? That is the brain in a vat thing. Corey said, where is your mind in this experiment? Exactly. Corey said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Something to do with spicy Christianity. I've just been spicy. So the thought experiment is pretty. I probably set the premise wrong on it, but most people will answer that, like, if your brain is still connected to your body and your brain was removed from your body, that all of those sensory experiences, like, let's say I kept my brain in a vat, but I remotely connected to it, right? My brain in a vat is in Los Angeles, and everything else, all of my senses are in, you know, Portland, Oregon, then by all means, I would have no way to know like the experience of my brain, like meaning your brain alone, without its eyes, without its ears, without the auditory sensations and like all the sensations that you're getting, as inputs from your body, your brain really doesn't know its location. So the point being, like, your brain would be, most people, their answer to this thought experiment is like, well, of course, if I'm walking around in Portland, Oregon, if I'm seeing things in Portland, Oregon, if my sight, my feelings, and all of these things are existing in Portland, Oregon, even if my brain that's processing all of these things is in a vat in Los Angeles, then it really doesn't matter. Like, I wouldn't know my brain's in a vat in Los Angeles. I would experience myself as existing in Portland, Oregon. And there's nothing I could do to like wake up my brain in the vat. Like, meaning if my brain was in a vat in this experiment, there would be no way for me to know that it was in a vat unless I was told that before the experiment. There would just be no way to ascertain that my brain was in a vat. My experience would be that of pretty much like everyday life, and it would be as if I had a brain in Portland, Oregon. Does that make sense? So the thought experiment goes a step further after that, but I want to see if you guys are following it so far. Philip said he's going to call it, and he also said let Josh know. Oh, Philip. I'm just kidding. Yeah, Philip, have a good night. Dream of brains and vats. And I hope all is well. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Dee Dee said, wasn't this done in Spock's brain? Yeah, this is this is an old philosophical, it's like basic ethics class, like the trolley problem. This is one of those things. The brain in the vat. It's kind of your typical like ethical dilemma. So one step further, right? If you don't know, in this hypothetical, if you wouldn't know, then how do you know, this is the step further, that you're not just a brain in a vat? Yeah, that's the point. Adam was saying, I think the ordinary sense of self would still be linked to the rest of the body and not the disembodied brain. Yeah, 100%. That's most people's answer. So the hypothetical, the one step further it goes is, how do you know currently you're not just a brain in a vat? Like, if that hypothetical experiment allows you to be a brain in a vat in Los Angeles and your body and your experiences in Portland to be telling you you're in Portland, even though your brain is not there, how do you know that your whole experience right now is not just a brain in a vat? And that's the big brain in a vat thing. So it brings up like all this stuff about perception and like whether, like if you were hypothetically like a brain in a vat, you really would not know. What if this whole thing's a projection, man? That's basically. So that was what one thing that Spicy Josh was thinking about today, was the brain in a vat. But how do you know those are photographs of your brain, Adam? Like, what if this whole thing, like the whole premise of the brain in the vat is to do a thought experiment that proves the idea that if this whole thing's a simulation, you would have no way of confirming that it's a simulation, because your experiences are saying it's not a simulation. Boring philosophy. But that's a fun one. Excuse me. So you like the whole premise of the brain in the vat thing is to start you off with accepting that like you could be disembodied from your brain and really have no comprehension that you are disembodied from your brain because your sense of self would identify yourself as existing in a place that your brain did not exist. But all of that processing would be happening in the vat. So the point being like what you're taking in with your eyes, what you're taking in with your ears, all of that would be basically from the place you're existing. Like let's say you're in Portland, Oregon, you'd be taking data from there and then processing it in Los Angeles. So the whole point of that is, hypothetically, you could like this whole experience that we're having could just be a brain in a vat just processing data that like doesn't exist. It could be a simulation. That's the whole brain in a vat thing. That's the step that it usually takes. But it starts slow with here's the experiment, hypothetically, which one is you? And then like once you accept the idea that you could have a disembodied brain and could be experiencing stimuli from a different location, your brain could be in one location and you'd still feel like you're in that different location. Then the whole idea is like, well, then how do you know you're not just a brain in a vat processing data that is being fed to you as opposed to, fun one, guys. Dee said, I know, let's ask AI. Let's see here. I love it. Dee said, people need to use the brain they have, never mind a floating one. 100%. But part of using the brain you have is confronting the brain in a vat. That's a classic. Of course, like the answer to that, right? The answer to that classic is the same answer that's been brought, to the shadows on walls and stuff like that, which is like we kind of have to accept in order to rationally proceed in the world, right? We kind of have to accept some certain premises that, like, for one thing, we can rationally process and trust what we are processing about the world around us. Otherwise you end up in like full nihilism, which is a potential philosophically, but who wants to go there, except in a dark book that explores total depravity. To me, I really enjoy the thought experiment of a brain in a vat. And then I was thinking about this today. This is literally while I was shopping for fish tanks, guys. So it's not like I was like sitting around philosophizing. It's like, no, I was looking for fish tanks. And then my little autistic self was like thinking about, the brain in the vat and going down this whole chain. Like one of the things that was fun about it is I was and this is one of the things I was thinking, and this might tie into what Dee was saying, was I was thinking, why is it fun to think about the brain in the vat? There's some people who don't even like going down thought experiments. I don't know what it is about my mind that enjoys the challenge of like a weird ethical dilemma. Like is that normal? I don't know if that's normal, but that's how I'm built. Like I like the mental exercise of it. Oh, okay, so this is true. And I agree with this, Dee. In knowledge, there is much vexation. She asked what Ecclesiastes says about knowledge. So the point being, like, the smarter you get, the less happy you are. Which I agree. I think a lot of people a lot of smart people are really. It's easier to live in ignorance and be happy. But there's a part of me that really enjoys the thought experiment, And exercising the mind, I think, is really fun. And the brain in a vat's a really great. It's a great dilemma. You really would have no way of confirming it. Dee Dee said, I think the Great Oz answered that in a movie. Adam said, ultimately, the true self is in either the brain or the rest of the body. Dee Dee was saying not dissing on knowledge, but just wondering about fear of missing out. Is that what Solomon says? Yeah, he talks about how in much knowledge there's much vexation. Let me find that. Ecclesiastes knowledge. Okay. For with much wisdom comes much sorrow. Let's see. Let's find it. These are great things. Meaning for much wisdom. I want to find the ESV though. It's way more fun. And it's way more accurate. Okay. Trying to find it. I could just find it in my Bible, but okay. For in much wisdom is much. Oh, wait. That's a pulpit thing. Come on. Son of a gun. Okay, so I set my mind to know wisdom and madness and folly. I learned that this too is a pursuit of the wind. For with much wisdom comes much sorrow or vexation on the translation I memorized. And as knowledge grows, grief increases. So there you go. That was, yeah. That was the statement on wisdom. Which is why some of the stupidest people I know are really happy. Not saying you're stupid if you're happy, but to be honest, like, some of the least educated people I know are really happy. There's also a Beatles quote about happiness. Let's see here. We're getting there, guys. We are getting there. Adam said we need art in order to not die of the truth. You see, guys, we're getting spicy here. We're getting spicy in chats. Dee Dee says, imagination was given to man to compensate him for what he is not, a sense of humor to console him for what he is. Nice quote. I like Bacon quotes. What about Kevin Bacon quotes? You got any of those for us, Dee Dee? Yeah, even in the pursuit of wisdom, he talks about this in Ecclesiastes too, where he's like, hey, so even if you make like really wise decisions, then you just leave them. Like, again, he was talking about it from the standpoint of a king, where he was like, well, you just leave these wise choices to fools. You know, like, meaning even if you acquire all the wisdom in the world and you like lead a kingdom in it and make massive innovations, you just pass it on to idiots. Like I'm telling you guys, Ecclesiastes, it's a great book. It's very depressing, but it's a great book. And look at this beautiful, like, I'm sorry, I'm going to highlight something. I'm going to talk art for a second. I know we're having brain and vat conversations, but I'm very happy with the subtle color palette I got going with these houses here. I think that's actually very pretty. Look at that pretty muted tones. Gave me a good feeling. Felt like covering them in glitter and selling them at a mall. Those muted tones. Let's see here. That's actually a really interesting question. Do you guys feel that as you've pursued knowledge, that it's brought you more happiness? I want to hear that. As you have gotten older and gained knowledge, has it brought you happiness? Also, Adam, did you get my reference for the Beatles, what happiness is? So I figure if anybody's going to get that reference, I could even say do 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 do. Oh yeah, as a hint. Nice. Adam brought a Kevin Bacon quote. I'd really like to get that girl, shoot that gun, drive that car, and have fun by Kevin Bacon. Thank you. Dee Dee said, Proverbs at least is applicable. Are you saying there's a book in the Bible that's not important, Dee Dee? Shocking. I would make the claim. This is about Ecclesiastes. I think that Ecclesiastes as a book paves the way for the whole story of Christ in the Bible. It like kind of spells out the necessity for Christ. That's why Ecclesiastes is a great book. It's also very descriptive, not prescriptive. But it paves the way. It leaves a lingering question that is answered later on. Corey says, knowledge rightly applied, wisdom, but knowledge on its own, no. But when I act well in accordance to the knowledge I understand, yes. Really? Is that true, Corey? But I actually think that even Ecclesiastes does have a prescription, which is actually really good. Where it's like to enjoy your job, to work and enjoy your toil, and enjoy your family and your life, because that's your lot. I think that's some of the most applicable advice, you know, within that whole book. I also feel bad for anybody who's listening who's not like a believer or something, because they're just like, oh, just like a bunch of Bible talk. Bible talk, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bible talk. I'm your host. I'm still surprised, like, nobody has gotten my Beatles query yet. Nobody. I feel like I need to quote it more and just be like, she's not a girl that misses much. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I'll give it like 2 seconds before I reveal my Beatles reference. Wisdom is the application of knowledge. Proverbs tells you how to do all of that. It doesn't leave you feeling life is useless, but Proverbs didn't have a solution. Solomon was lamenting all he tried on his own apart from God. No, he was talking about all he tried with wisdom. Like even Proverbs, he was talking about applying all of the stuff in Proverbs and still finding himself lacking any sort of fulfillment. It's Ecclesiastes is lit. I mean, I'm just saying, like, just theologically, the like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, they mean nothing without Ecclesiastes. Like Ecclesiastes is like the description of like everything without Christ. Like that's what life without Christ, not without God, but without Christ looks like. Anyhow, okay, I'm gonna give the Beatles answer now. Happiness is a warm gun. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna step away for like 2 seconds. I'm really liking this color palette. Am I crazy? Color palette's badass. Like I'm really digging it. Like how it's looking here. I think that's real nice. Real pretty. Okay, let's play another trailer. So Didi was saying finding himself all on him, but the thing is, like, it paints the pointlessness of life without Christ, like the need for salvation, the need for redemption, because nobody on their own actions, like, Proverbs is very like action oriented, right? Where it's like, do these things, and it's very much about what you can do to improve your lot. And Ecclesiastes is kind of like spelling out like, nah, none of that works. Because there's nothing that a human being can do on their own to, like, that's the whole point. I don't know. That's why I like Ecclesiastes. I don't like it because it's depressing. I like it because it paves the way for the best news someone can have. I didn't know that, Adam. Adam said Warm Gun was a play on Schultz's Warm Puppy. It's interesting. I thought it was just them being real saucy. Edie said, Ultimatum, it's about the new covenant under Christ, not anything we do. Waiting for Josh to read my Kincaid comment. Kincaid comment. Dee said those colors look a little bit like Kincaid. I already beat you to the punch. I was saying I'm really happy with these muted colors. I want to cover them in glitter. I I foresaw, I prophesied that you should say that, Dee Dee. No, I figure I'm lining myself up for some criticism. I got to admit, my Kincaid hate. I tend to try to not hate creators. Well, that's not a good practice, but I make one exception, and that's Kincaid. Okay. Okay, guys. Oh, he got that name that from a gun catalog, and the gun was nice. I didn't know any of this, Adam. That's why I thought Adam would know that reference, because I was like, you gotta know what I'm talking about there, and I knew you would know. Okay, guys. What else? What's another spicy topic? Want to talk about all the stuff you're not supposed to talk about. That's what I want to talk about. What else are you not? Well, there's some things you're not supposed to talk about that I prefer not to talk about. Well, I'm being spicy. I don't know how spicy exactly I want to get, but there's got to be some other topics. We've talked politics. We've talked religion. What else? Dee Dee said, not a Kincaid fan. I just don't like dissing on pretty art. I have no problem with pretty art. I just think there's prettier art out there. And to be honest, I've also made pretty art, so I have no problem with pretty art. Like, I mean, I went to art school, so I had to do like still lifes and stuff where your whole point is just to observe and make something beautiful, you know? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with like painting a bowl of fruit, okay? Nothing wrong with doing a watercolor of a pretty landscape. Everything's wrong with Kincaid, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, Dee Dee said, try talking of this with 100 different opinions coming at you, Josh, and working on your project. Yeah, I can imagine that would be really difficult. The bigger your chat gets, although I could also imagine that being kind of fun, where you could get a lot more spicy. But I can understand your decision, Dee Dee, to kind of avoid some of those topics, because like, if you dive in, you're kind of stuck diving in. Like, you know, I know I've definitely seen content creators that will dive in, but it's like once you've made that decision, you're kind of married to that decision. So I can understand the decision to be like, yeah, you know, I'll stay away from that. For me, I'm just like, I don't know. I just kind of like, there's streams that I do where I feel like super into like goofy stuff. Today, I feel like talking about brains and vats, Ecclesiastes, total depravity, art school battles. We've had a lot of interesting topics on here. Interesting. But I definitely get that, Dee Dee, because like there's definitely contexts where, like a good example, at my day job, I'm not going to talk about politics, period. Like my day job, I do not discuss it. Because I have coworkers and stuff like that, and like people don't come to work to be uncomfortable and hear shit they don't want to hear, you know? So I just kind of stray away from those topics. If somebody asks me, you know, like I'll tell them, but it's like I'm not going to preach about it or anything like that because, you know, hey, like they're forced to be here, you know? Like I don't want to hear their shit at work, and nor do I want them to have to hear my shit, you know? So I get that too. But this is my stream. And yeah, I like talking about what I like talking about. And no one's forced to be here. Except for Corey. I actually have Corey under lock and key. Corey has to be here. No, seriously, he's in my basement. Let's see here. Dee Dee said you would be getting nothing done. LOL. My channel is about art and inspiration, not stirring up controversy and being spicy. Time and place for everything. In its season, under the sun. Trying to get in all these ecclesiastical quotes. Nice. You know what's funny? I thought I was crazy for liking Ecclesiastes so much because, like, when I grew up, I never liked it. You know, I was raised in the church and stuff. I don't think I even read the book very often. It's just kind of like that's the book you don't touch. And as like, when I came to Christianity from being an atheist, that was like the coolest thing I'd ever read. I was like, "What is this?" I just couldn't believe it was bypassed so much. It was so weird. And since then, I've met a ton of people who are like theologians and pastors and stuff like that. And that's actually a really common favorite book. It's so I was like, oh, wow, I'm not alone on that. But it's kind of like a deep cut, you know? It's not like the wall calendar. Like, you don't see a lot of wall calendars that are quoting Ecclesiastes. You know, it's not like your inspirational prayer book kind of thing. But I love it. This landscape's gonna kill me, you guys. It's gonna kill me. Dee Dee said my favorite book is Galatians. Nice. You're a big fan of Paul. That's good. It's a good book. You know what's a good book? The Book of Sleep. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I've committed to doing this panel. Okay. We are going to power through and finish this panel come hell or high water because this is the spicy, spicy chat and the spicy episode and spicy live stream. And in this spicy live stream, I finished this panel. There's no exceptions. This panel must get done. And that means this entire stupid landscape. You know what I need? I need Thomas Kincaid to like rock this landscape for me. Someone let Corey out of Josh's basement. How dare you, Corey? Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to put on another trailer, step outside for a second, and then come back with gusto. Here is... We'll watch the Jacobs trailer again. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around. Part to play in this heart of mine. crazy, or was that making like a bunch of noise? I don't know. Like for my audio was like that entire time, so I just cut the trailer. Something weird. Maybe that's just on my end, but if you guys were hearing that, I apologize. That's nuts. Did you guys hear that in the chat? Was it going like the whole time? Hopefully that was just yeah, on my end, because that was nuts. Maybe my volume's a little too loud on here. Okay. Can you guys hear okay? I'm hoping you hear this all right, and I'm hoping the audio isn't terrible. We're going to finish flatting this background. I don't know if we're going to finish the entirety of the background, because I am allowed a few things with the way I've set up this book. Okay, Dee Dee said she hears fine. So the trailer didn't do that weird like thing? That was just on my end. Because that music, when I put back on my headphones, was like I was like, what is going on? Somebody put on like subwoofer on this song? It's hitting frequencies that like might be interesting to Adam Lore on the spectrum of audio. Oh man. This is the thing about cartooning, guys. There's times where I'm cartooning and I'm like, why? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing comics? Oh, I want to stay determined and positive here. But like flat coloring in particular can be really, really dragging. Okay. So I will say I'm very excited about setting up the new fish tank for I'm gonna try to, like, today I built the stand. I'm gonna try to do all the treatment and stuff maybe a little bit tomorrow, but I don't want it to interfere with productivity on the book. But I am excited because we have this, I think I mentioned, we have this like really fat goldfish. He's like, anyhow, him and like this other fish that we have in our 10-gallon are like huge now. And I'm just very excited to give them better space where they can be chubby and happy and swim around and enjoy their tank, you know? Because I think it's a hard life being a real fat goldfish in a 10-gallon tank. Edie said, I went for coffee. Nice. How's your coffee? Dee Dee, are you streaming this morning? I've caught like a few of your streams in real time whilst at work, which was fun because I rarely get to catch them when they actually happen. And again, kudos to you for handling that kind of frequency of chat, you know? I hope to engage people as much as you do, like in the sense of like the bigger this stream gets, like I do want to engage people, and I think the way you are able to kind of acknowledge people in your chats is really quite impressive considering the crazy size of your stream. It's funny, there's advantages and disadvantages to being a smaller stream. The advantage is I can talk about pretty much anything, you know? And that's a freedom that I enjoy, and yeah, it's kind of nice. Whereas I'm sure as you get bigger in streaming, like the more consequences for, you know, whatever is said. weigh on you, you know? So Dee Dee said, I have everyone talking to me putting all their comments in caps. Wow, so like it's almost like I joke about this. Anybody who's worked in commercial art will understand this. Everything is rush, right? And every client seems to think that by saying it's rush, that will put their rush above every other rush. So when you work like in-house doing art, there's like this whole thing where something will be sent in and it's a rush, and then this one's a super rush. Well, this one's a mega rush, and it's like at some point, you know, kind of like the capitalization, like that might work when no one's doing it, but at the point that everyone starts doing it, at a certain point, there's no point in capitalizing because everyone's doing it. So you've just negated the power of screaming because now everyone's screaming. Right? I don't know. That's funny to me. Thanks for sharing that, Dee Dee. That's kind of a funny thing to hear. Dee Dee said, I know it looks like screaming, but I see the comments. Nice. I think, Dee Dee, if I show up in your live stream, I'm going to write in all lowercase letters just to be like the quiet whisperer. I'm going to be the super silent person. How long have you've been streaming for like ever, right, Dee Dee? I mean, like you've been at streaming, live streaming for a long time. We are getting through this page. Adam said, people seem to respect the all caps thing. I agree, but I'm just saying but if everyone is all capsing, doesn't that like negate the point of all capsing? But here's something I want to look into the origin of. Speaking of capsing, have you guys heard the phrase all cap or no cap? It's like a new slang. I mean, I'm an old person, so I'm showing my hand here, but I guess capping is fronting. It's like pretending or like. So if you're telling somebody like no cap, it means like no bullshit, you know? Which is an interesting new phrase, but I'm like kind of curious where that originates from. Because I've heard it a lot. And I've realized like that's a kind of great little slang term that a lot of artists can play around with, especially graphic designers, because you can do a lot of wordplay with caps and cap. But I'm kind of curious about the etymology of that. Like, where does that derive from? Where does all, where does no cap come from? Where do the kids get their words? Where do these kids get their words? Welcome to Where Do Kids Get These Words? But I am kind of curious, like where does no cap come from? I'm wondering. I wonder if it's like a cap gun. I know it's weird, but I would almost think like it's like a cap gun, where it's like a cap gun's like a fake gun, and so I don't know. Probably not, but I'd be curious. Adam said, "No cap is pretty old, but it's recently had a resurgence." But what's the etymology of it? Nice. Dee said 13 years of streaming. You stream for 4 years, 9 years on YouTube. They don't all caps. They talk to each other. Okay, nice. So when they're talking to each other, they don't all caps. And then when they're talking to you, they all caps. So they're kind of like making it easier for you to parse through. That's cool. Yeah, for me, like, luckily, I don't, I guess not luckily, but whether good or bad, it's like I don't have like a frequency in the chat that's impossible to keep up with. Oh, Adam, I forgot to mention this. So Big Bad Mama's like a person in your community for sure. And I was watching a debate and like the other day, and it was a really fascinating one. And then it's funny, the debater read a comment by Big Bad Mama, and I was like, that's awesome. It was just funny because like I'm familiar with Big Bad Mama from you and your streams and stuff like that in your community. I think Big Bad Mama did some live music on one of your events that will go down in history. They were like 20-hour streams that I don't think can be on YouTube because of the copyright restrictions on the music, which is kind of a shame because those were some pretty epic streams, man. But anyhow, I just thought it was funny. I thought you'd get a kick out of that. It's one of those moments, the like 2 degrees of the internet. Covering your head is hiding, so no cap is equaling truth. Is that where it comes from? Cap is like the top of your head. So no cap means not exaggerating. Oh, okay, so it's like no cap, sucker. See, that's interesting. Okay, so no cap would mean, so like today, because I'm wearing a cap, would I be capping? That's interesting. But I do think there's some material there for graphic designers to make lots of puns about capital letters. Because if capping is faking, right, then you could say a client wants all caps because they're all cap. I'm here all night, guys. Are you ready for this? By the way, thanks guys for hanging out with me. It's kind of fun. Yeah, Big Bad Mama's comments were very funny. Like I have to admit, like they were on point, very salient. But I feel like a little trollish, but like in a good way, is like a good troll, like a healthy troll, but definitely some trolling going on. But it was like respectable trolling, you know, where you're like, yeah, I respect the game there. I was even thinking about watching that debate on the channel. Didn't want to offend anyone though, but because that one got a little spicy. Okay, guys, I am just like needing breaks a lot while working on this beast of a thing, but it is getting there, you guys. So we're going to play another trailer. Why definitions have meanings. Or should. You don't want your doctor being misunderstood. Yes. Nice. Okay. Let's try this. If this makes like a blasting crazy noise, just let me know, guys. Nice. Yeah, Dee Dee was talking about not making up words and then went on to call me Josh Kremble. I think Kremble is the exception to the rule, but let's just be honest. That's not a made up word. That's a powerful word. A very powerful, evil word. That's my Kremble voice. All right. Oh, by the way, Corey, if you're up, dude, and working on art, feel free to hop on the stream, my dude. I'm going to be probably going for another, well, however long it takes to do this stupid background. I know, I'm in a positive mood today, guys. All about good feelings. We're on an art journey together. We're all journeying and we're arting. We're art journeying. Don't stop believing. See, there's my journey of art there. Yeah, Dee Dee said the word was coined during your Canadian con. That's correct. That was a Canadian word. So when we're looking into the etymology of Kremble, we can say the origins were in Canada. That would be the origin story of Kremble. So I think when I'm done with the flats on this, I'm going to do a little bit of color. Like the sky is going to be like a gradient. So you have like a light source a little bit more clearly. Because I'm allowed to do that with landscapes on this. And if somebody's like new to the art process, they might hear that and be like, allowed to do that? What do you mean? You know? Well, I mean, a lot of art is limitations. So you kind of set your own limitations, your own restrictions and rules that give you freedom within your work. And for me, one of the rules and restrictions in this book is I am not allowed to use gradients. But we have broken that rule a little bit I'm allowed to use white on landscapes, and I'm allowed to use basically a little bit of color painted, but only on skies in landscapes and potentially reflected light on landscapes, on wide landscape shots. It's the one exception to the complete flatness rule. The other exception is your mom. I told you it's a spicy chat, guys. It's a spicy chat. I made a your mom joke. Let me hear the hate. Let me hear the hatred in the chats. I thought that was a very well crafted your mom joke. I don't drop those jokes a lot on stream, so I imagine the impact would be funny. Corey said, I'm failing to understand installing something in Linux. I wish I was doing art. And he said, yeah, I'm about to give up. I like the idea of Linux, but practice, it sucks. Never used it, Corey. Dee Dee said, yes, we must make this your safe space, Josh. Yes. Well, I do appreciate the company. I do want you guys to know that as much as I've been spicy and dropping your mom jokes, I do appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys keeping me company. Because like I've talked about this on stream. This is where I'm going to get into positive, optimistic Josh stuff, which is real. Okay. It means a lot to me that you guys hang out with me when I'm working on stuff late at night. It any artist who wouldn't appreciate that wouldn't, maybe they're pre-internet, but like it is really cool that I can be working on a crazy project or like a really annoying challenge, like trying to flat this entire background, and like to have company. Like it really is very special. Okay, there's me being sweet and vulnerable, and we'll resume with Spicy Josh in a second. I think anybody who's familiar with my streams and stuff, I can get spicy, but I tend to be a pretty optimistic fellow, which I think throws people off sometimes. Like people will read 2 stories and think I'm going to be this dark mooded wildebeest, you know? And then they tune into the stream and it's like I'm a dark mooded wildebeest with a wildebeest's sense of humor, you know? I'm a pretty funny guy. Will we be saying cap it, Josh? I don't know. Possibly. Corey said, I'm struggling to get something running for books and comics. Okay, I think, Corey, you're talking about trying to set up that server, right? And instantly I was trying to think of a way we could riff on server and servers in a restaurant where you're like setting up a server and it's like, no, not like an actual server. Like we're trying to dine and dash. That's what I think you were talking about, Corey. Okay. Man, this is really going to be rough. I'm hoping that I can stick with this. We're at the 2 a.m. mark. My goal is to like try to kind of stream tomorrow as well. late at night, but I don't want to burn myself too much to where I won't be able to return in the wee hours. Dee Dee said it is coming along, Josh. Nice. Corey said, I hate monopolies enough that I might hire someone to help me do the crap I'm unable to figure out. Nice. When you do, make sure it's not Mr. Moneybags from Monopoly. I'm sorry. I'm just imagining, Corey. You're like, I hate Monopoly. This would be a funny short video where you'd be like, I hate Monopoly so much that I'm going to hire somebody. And then it's like the guy who shows up is literally dressed like the Monopoly guy with like a monocle and a top hat. He's like, hello, Pip Pip there. I'm here to work on your stuff. Make sure you pick up Park Place. That's that would be hilarious, my dude. I gotta look at my audio settings here because there was something weird going on with the input. So I'm wondering if that's my. Let me see. Let me see here. Let's go to audio settings. Sound. What was my output volume? Okay, it's not that large. So there's just something weird going on with StreamYard. Maybe it's been on too long. Where for me, if I like press play on something, it's like in the headphones. Oh, you know what that might be? No, the jack wasn't out. Okay. Dee Dee said you use OBS, right, Josh? Yes, I do. That is completely not BS that I use OBS, yes. But I don't use OBS for audio. So I use OBS through StreamYard. And StreamYard was doing something funky. Something very funky with the audio. We're going to do just a little bit darker here. So I feel like, Corey, you should take a break from Linux and hang out with me for like 20 minutes on stream and talk about AI's pending destruction of the universe. Dee Dee was saying, why do you wear headphones? So I started wearing headphones because before I had a mic that was decent, I couldn't hear audio from my mic in my headphones. And so I would be like talking and I would end up talking fairly loud because I wouldn't hear my own voice. And so there's something about being able to hear my voice as I'm speaking, which, by the way, the audio on that sounds great. But being able to hear myself when I'm talking on a monitor is like, it's just like a game changer. Like, it allows me to not speak as loudly as I would otherwise speak. So that's why I've been wearing headphones. The downside is when I'm playing these commercials, it's like, holy moly, it's like blown out audio. I wonder if Corey's going to sound like that to me. If so, I might have to log out and log back on. I think Corey's here to talk about the upcoming Doompocalypse. the alpacalypse.
You're on Dad Joke Central tonight.
Okay, I am totally having audio issues because when I hear you, it just sounds like.
Yeah, you sound fine on the stream.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to. Are you on stream? Are you on in picture?
I am. Well, you are.
Oh, here. Do you mind
Yeah.
if I put us both up? Is that cool?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna disappear and then log back in because I'm guessing that's something weird on my end. So hopefully that'll resolve once I log back in. So
Sounds good.
okay.
I feel
Talk
like
to the audience. Talk a lot of crap about the Kremble while I'm gone.
Yes. I don't have anything to talk about other than I'm really frustrated that I don't know how to use Linux. But I was telling Dee Dee in the chat, I have an Orange Pi 5, which is kind of like a Raspberry Pi, but souped up version. It's not a version of a Raspberry Pi. Anyway, but I got that running, which I was excited about. I figured out how to flash an SD card. Can you hear me now?
Yes, better? And let me
Okay.
get rid of my ridiculous brand banner so that it's not covering.
There's nothing. There's no reason to look at me. Let's just make you full screen, and then I'll just talk.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's do that.
Because I'm just sitting in my pajamas and not doing anything visual. So
you don't think there is like an audience there, Corey, that like wants to see you in your pajamas?
Wants to see me in my pajamas in like, some of my failed ink inversion t-shirt tests.
Adam was asking what edition of Bone was that on your shelf?
I don't know Bone well enough to know, but let me check. Yeah. That's a black and white one. It says the 1 volume edition cartoon books. I don't know.
Nice. I think the answer was Adam. It's your mom's edition because your mom knows all about Bone. That's right. I'm doing your mom jokes. It's late at night. It's a spicy stream. That's what's going to happen, guys.
I'm going to put, I'll give you a little tour of.
Do it.
There's the most of the books that I've read. The ones that I'm currently reading are more down here and there and under the desk and over there on the coffee table. But anyway, yeah. So that's all of Invincible. And then I've got some of the more image indie stuff over here.
Let me be pretentious for like 2 seconds, Corey. Where's your philosophy books, bro? Where's your philosophy books, bro?
I think there are many things in heaven and earth that are not spoken of in your philosophy, Horatio.
Love it.
I don't know if I quoted that correctly.
I just love the idea of like some sort of like bookshelf gatekeeper who's just like, right. You know, like there's just essential books that they're like, oh, shame on you, sir. How dare you show a bookshelf without grapes of wrath? I dare say.
I wonder if I can zoom in. I think I can. Hold on. If I step out, does it focus correctly?
I would encourage anybody in chat to participate in the bookshelf shaming.
Yeah,
figure out a book that Corey does not have and be like, how dare you, sir? How who has books and not this book? That kind of thing. It's funny. That's a nice set. You also nice. What did you think of Fight Club, the book?
It's interesting because when I read the first one, which is number 2, right, because it's a sequel to the movie, or a sequel to the book, there's actually some in-jokes on whether it's a sequel to the book or the movie. Palahniuk is like making fun of himself in like a really self-deprecating way about how the idea that he came up with in the book is kind of a cop-out. But the idea that he came up with in the book is kind of a cop-out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to say how I feel about it because I enjoyed it a lot more on the second read than I did on the first. So yeah, they're good. You know, I think they're cool.
Nice.
I like them. I like the art. I'm not a big fan of the artist, but I like the art.
Corey, would you be down to like start a satirical YouTube channel where we watch people's videos when they're in a library and just be like, he doesn't have Atlas Shrugged, how dare he? Just like
that'd be
bookshelf
fun.
shaming.
That'd be good stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man.
And we could dress like old English gents. Like,
could we dress like we're about to introduce the that night's Masterpiece Theater?
Exactly. And,
Yeah.
and you know, like our laughs would have to be like kerfuffles, like
Yeah.
I'll have like a goblet of wine while we critique the bookshelves.
Dee Dee says that she
bookshelf
posts,
critic thing. It's funny.
Dee Dee says she posts 3 books a week in her community tab, and I think
Nice.
Gary started doing that in his streams because of Dee Dee.
What a copycat. Gary, if you're
that's
watching
good.
this,
and
man.
then you and I
you
started an
can't-
entire failed YouTube channel
Yeah.
to talk about the books that we liked.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And that was called the IRS.
The Indie Review Show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was funny because like when we had Jason Copeland on the other night, he's like, let's talk about our inspiration. And I was like, I have spent dozens of hours doing that on film. If anybody wants to watch it.
It was fun to do, but it just like it didn't end up being very profitable. And the amount of time, it's funny, I would love to like crack that open again, but like it would have to be a time where I don't have a 200-page graphic novel that I have to get done.
Well, and I mean, there's certain things I'm willing to do, even if nobody cares about it, but that wasn't one of them. And since we didn't have really much, I mean, there was so few people engaged with that it was like, oh, this is a lot of work for very little.
Yeah, and like it would be fun in practice to kind of dig through my bookshelf and go through every book I love and stuff, but like that's just at a different time. Some other time that'll have to happen.
I actually, one of the things that I'm toying with on my YouTube channel is something I've been doing in class lately. Mm-hmm. I think I've been assuming that people understand like what proximity is because they take a 100 level class and by the time they get to me, I assume they understand it. And I'm not assuming that anymore. So now I'm spending like hours lecturing in depth on like basic design principles and how they show up in different types of
you know what media. That's a good thing, Corey. Like I taught an advanced illustration and graphic design class at LCAD, and like the prerequisites were like typography and like a couple basic graphic design courses. And I came to the same conclusion after like a couple semesters of teaching it, where I was just like, oh my gosh, like, I can't rely on them coming in equipped, like, even though they've had the prerequisites. So I'd have to do a quick like rundown of like kerning and just basic principles of typography.
Yeah. So
even though they had type classes, it's
I'm
weird.
going to be a course lead over a course that I actually wrote the course, I don't know, 7 years ago or something, but I gave it to somebody else.
Of course you did. I'm a dad joke machine today. Sorry.
Because anyway, because we're redoing our program, I'm going to take that course back over and it's going to turn into like a really big deep dive into principles of composition and aesthetics.
I like
and
it.
So anyway, so on YouTube, I'm playing with the idea a little bit more like what I did with like the breakdown of those 3 gig posters and that Art Adams piece.
Oh, and getting into like fundamentals of 2D design in that kind of way, I think would be brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to say like, hey, let's do like 6 to 8 hours of reverse engineering of professional work on this principle.
Nice.
Over the course of, maybe, I don't know.
That's not a bad idea, because I've mentioned just like a basic thing from like 2D design, like a figure foreground flip, and people are like, what's that? And I'm like,
right.
How do you...
Well, I don't think most people nowadays, most designers probably don't even understand like Gestalt.
Yeah. And Gestalt theory is like great. I mean, it's like, it's funny because I think some people inherently understand it, but they don't. It's like a lot of things where it's kind of like a musician who plays guitar who learns some music theory, but they don't understand the structure of the theory they're applying.
Yeah.
Where I think there's a lot of artists who inherently start learning Gestalt the hard way, but like they just don't know the words or the theory behind it,
right.
And it's smart to...
I have a theory. Yeah. I have a theory about knowledge in general that you can kind of like ape it, you can mimic it, right? And that is beneficial, and it's a good way to start. And then you move into more of an instinctual understanding of it where you aren't able to articulate it, but you're not just mirroring what other people are doing. And then above that, you're able to understand more of like the function of it, of why and when it works. And then you're able to articulate it. And so I think like a really high level of understanding of something is beyond instinct to articulation.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so,
although I will say, I do think there are some people who are just really bad at articulating, but have like immense amounts of knowledge and just don't have the skill to articulate.
Yes.
Because I've definitely met, especially like programmers, where there's some people who are like incredible at programming, but like they're just terrible at explaining it, like.
Yeah. I'm going off of an Einstein quote where he says, if you can't explain it simply, then you don't understand it well enough yet.
Yeah. What did he know, though?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, he was wrong in so many different things.
Jeez.
Dang science.
Physicists and nuclear.
But anyway,
yeah.
So yeah, I was thinking of doing like
those physics people need a bookshelf critic to come. Sorry. Still stuck on the
curious of what Didi and Adam are talking about. I know I've been watching, I haven't watched all of them, but Doug TeNapel has a new cartoon out. What's that?
I can't do Doug TeNapel. I love his stuff, but I can't watch him. I just can't. It's like, I love his art, but geez, you gotta stop being a dick. Like, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, where I'm like he's an incredible artist, but
yeah, and he's a great writer too. He's a good storyteller.
Yeah, I love his art though. Like I love his art a lot.
Yeah,
I like his art more than his story. But his art is just really fluid, really cool. But
yeah. Well, he's
whenever I like watch his stuff, when I feel like I have to defend my sister-in-law, I'm like, okay, this is kind of bullshit. Like, I don't want to be watching something and feel like, ugh. I guess that's a good argument for what Didi talks about. Sometimes like maybe you can get too political with stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure the background on that, but his new cartoon, he's just releasing it on YouTube independently of everybody else.
Oh, okay. So it's like a cartoon. It's not like a sock puppet thing where he just makes fun of gay people all the time.
Oh no, it's not. It's not his old YouTube show where he was all into Comicsgate and stuff. It's just a cartoon.
Oh well, that's good. Okay, as long as it's a cartoon, I'm down.
And I'm not as familiar with his cartoons other than Earthworm Jim in the 90s, or 80s or whenever that came out. That was probably 90s, because I think it came after the video game, and it was a 16-bit video game, so that would have to be early 90s.
Yeah, I mean, he's super talented. He's an inspiringly good artist, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of people out there where it's like I agree with a lot of what they have to say. I disagree with a lot of what they have to say. I kind of wish.
I wish the art could speak for itself. Like, I will say that about Doug. Okay, so like, here's one thing I'll give credit for. Because I mentioned this whole Eric July thing. Did I tell you about that?
No.
So I saw a comedian roast Eric July very aptly recently, and it was really funny
Do I have to
because
know
they
who
were.
that is for the story to make sense?
So Eric July is like a guy in the Comicsgate thing who made like $3.5 million selling a
Oh,
comic. He had never written a comic before. He was like, his ad was basically like, I'm gonna make the unwokest comic. Like, it's gonna be the most unwoke thing. So he made all
oh,
this money.
I must have caught the end of your bit on that because I heard.
Okay, so he made all this money, but like one of the things that this comedian was kind of making fun of was the fact that like, so a lot of people talked about the success and the fact that he made a bunch of money, and then the comic came out and like it's just radio silence because the story just kind of sucked. Like, and it's got all these plot holes and stuff like that. So it looks visually compelling and stuff, but it's like he just kind of didn't write a good book. And like it was so it's one of those things of like, I mean, if you're gonna like set yourself up as like we're gonna be the new indie movement, like you should be making good work. And one thing I will say as a testament to Doug TenNapel, or TenNapel, is that is not Doug. Like he will not make a bad comic.
No, his
Um,
stuff is great. I own a lot of his
like
stuff.
he writes really proficiently. He makes good art. He makes arguments in his art using his art, and I
Mhm.
think he's very effective at that. And he's a very talented artist. So like in that sense, I totally respect him. I just if it comes to like his Twitter, I'm not following him on Twitter, but I still wouldn't be like think like I don't think he's a hack. That's
Oh no,
basically what I'm getting
no,
at.
he's great.
I think he's very talented. So yeah, and
Yeah,
inspiring, and he has his own style. I just wish he'd like as a fellow believer, I think he goes a little too hard on gay people personally, and like goes a little soft on other people committing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't
yeah.
want to get
I
into
don't
it.
know. I don't follow many people's stuff outside of what they make artistically.
Yeah, with
So
him I don't, but there's just some shows that I listen to where he'll come on and I'm like, oh my gosh, like it's rough. But yeah, I don't want to.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dee Dee is saying Doug is not Comicsgate.
Well, no, he's not Comicsgate, but he's very vocally um offensive. Like about, I mean, he just talks a lot of crap about gay people. Like I had to unfollow him on Twitter because of that. That's not EVS. It's just like a little much. And it's weird because I have like relatives and stuff that are gay. And I'm like, I'm a Christian. You're making Christians look really shitty to like
Yeah.
people around me. Like I can't share what you're saying. I can't like I feel bad now because if I buy his books, it's like, then maybe the people I know in my life who are gay would like look at it and think I'm like against them. Like I don't know. It's just not cool. That's the part that and again, he has his own justifications for it and stuff like that, but it's just not my thing.
Yeah.
But he makes great work.
Yeah, Adam's saying he's focusing his channel on his family more, which is cool. So
Yeah, Dee Dee was saying he's not Comicsgate. You're talking about EVS. So I wasn't saying he was Comicsgate for a bit though. He actually was kind of flirting with Comicsgate, and then they kind of had like a split. So yeah.
well, I think I don't know much about Comicsgate, but I know a little bit more about Doug TenNapel.
I think he has more
I think he has more integrity and just
Yeah.
kind of got out because he was.
Yeah. And honestly, I'll even give this to EVS, who I'm not like, again, EVS is not a guy I like his talk and stuff, but EVS at least is a good artist. There's a lot of people in that movement that are not good artists, you know?
Yeah.
I'll give anybody credit who's a decent artist, you know? But I don't group him with EVS. I don't think he's the same at all.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. That whole thing was annoying. So I kind of.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like any of it. I feel like, there was a time where, you know, Tenable did, I mean, he's always done work where he's talked really openly about being conservative and stuff like that. And that's kind of his own thing and cool, you know? But, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, don't want to get too into it.
Yeah. And I mean, I saw him, I think it was Twitter. I can't remember. There was a year where he was saying that the left went after him really hard, and he had one of his most financially good years that he's had.
Yeah, I mean, his Kickstarters have been very successful. And honestly, like, he's been making, like, he predates, like, Comicsgate. Like, he's been kind of doing very openly conservative stuff. The thing I've always admired about him, though, is his art's always been good. Like, he lets his art do the talking. And, like,
I hesitate to even say that Comicsgate is conservative, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, but no, I
would agree with you to an extent, but I'd also make the argument like conservatives just moved a lot from what it was. Does that make sense?
I mean, I don't know. Finding the ugliest portion of a thing and calling that the thing is hard.
I agree. I don't think it's representative of all, but I think even the friends I know who are more kind of traditional conservatives would say that it's probably more representative than they would like. You know, that's kind of
I backed his Bigfoot bill. I'm looking at my shelf, and I don't know what that one's called because the spine is really busy. But I think 2 of his Earthworm Jim things. I was talking to him on Twitter years ago about Earthworm Jim, and he was saying that he just didn't have the rights to it anymore. Like he kind of
didn't he recently like buy back the rights or something?
Well, he must have because he did 2 huge books, maybe more. I have 2 of them, and so I think he either bought them back or got them back somehow. I'm not sure. I don't know the details on that, but he's doing Earthworm Jim stuff again. And I know he said that initially he was kind of a little bit frustrated with only being known for like Earthworm Jim because he's done so many other good things, but I think he's kind of like come around.
Yeah, he's well, I mean, I think, you know, he's leaned into the fact that, you know, like it or not, like that's something he's very much known for, you know. So he's an incredible artist. Like, again, I just, you know, and I'll agree with Dee Dee too, where she said he stood up for his values. Agreed. I just you know, as a fellow believer, I don't agree with his method of communicating his values. I think it's very hateful. But it's like, but again, I wouldn't doubt his sincerity or anything like that. So,
yeah,
I just, you know, I don't know. I have different philosophy on it. I don't see Christ going to the woman at the well and sending tweets like Doug does. You know, that's all.
Yeah.
But personal, and again, like it wouldn't prevent me from buying his work or anything. Like he's a good artist. I have to disappear for like 2 seconds. Sorry, Corey, I didn't mean to like ramble about that crap while you were on here. I'm gonna be back in about 2 seconds. Corey, you want to hop on here, or you want me to put a trailer on, or what?
I can hop on.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah,
Corey,
so anyway,
talk me out of this spicy hole that I've dug us into.
Talk you out of it. Yeah. So I have other stuff on my shelf from other people. I don't know. It's too late. It's too early in the morning for you to be really articulate. But anyway, I'm kind of curious, those of you that are watching, if you'd be interested in more lecture type YouTube content that would be the type of thing that you would get in like higher education, like based on stuff. Because I'm gonna start doing a little bit more of that. I did I like am showing, because I've been telling my students for a long time, like reverse engineer, professional work and understand why it works and those types of things. But I'm realizing that that's a little bit of a higher level. Oh, thanks, Dee Dee. I appreciate that. She says she likes my newsletter. But it's a little bit of a higher level of thinking that I think takes some training or some very clear intention. And so I'm going to be more explicit, I think, on the how and not just the what, because I think I've been saying what and making a lot of assumptions. And I don't think I'm talking down to people, but I do want to kind of explain, like, these are some techniques on like how to go through and understand why things are working and why they're not working. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm going to be moving into with my YouTube channel is like, just talking about some of the basics of composition and all the design principles of start with the 5 most understood ones of like contrast and repetition and alignment and proximity. But instead of just saying, contrast is, two principles next to each other, and the more different they are, the higher it is. And the lower, I'm going to go in and do like, let's talk about value contrast and color temperature contrast and saturation contrast, and talk about contrast of simplicity versus complexity, and contrast of positive space and negative space, and contrast of shape and size, and thematic contrast, and a lot of those types of things. Anyway, so there'll be kind of like deep dives, and then I'll be doing like reverse engineering work, my own, and then also professional work.
No, I think it's really great because you're showing skills that I use all the time at work, and people don't teach. Like, or if they do teach, I haven't seen a lot of content on YouTube about that. You'll see artists on there intuitively doing some of the stuff you're dissecting, but it's like, it's a different. I think it would be really valuable for people if they're starting out to watch those videos for sure.
Yeah, I would have liked them. I'm kind of just going off of what Scott, has been saying for years, of like, he just started making the content that he wish he had.
Yeah.
Because when I first got into comics, when I got into art or making art, I was in my early 30s, and so there was already, Jason Brubaker and Doug TenNapel and all of these guys kind of showing their process and talking about things. And so I didn't grow up in the same way that Scott and others my age did, where there was kind of a lack of things. There was tons of blogs and and stuff. Anyway, oh, Dee Dee's giving me shout outs on her thing. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully if people are interested in that, that's kind of where I'll be leaning. And I've had some hits and some misses trying that. I had one that had a lot more views than I normally get, and I had one that had maybe 1/10 of the views that I normally get, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly what the difference is between those two videos.
Yeah, I can't quite figure out what succeeds on my channel. I think that, like, weirdly enough, the more I lean into just kind of being myself, like, the more the growth happens, which is weird. I don't get a lot of like massive view videos. So I feel like, to me, my future here is in streaming and kind of like leaning more into kind of commentary and some areas like that. Just because it's kind of like doable with my schedule and stuff. But I also think it's really cool that you're able to highlight your teaching and like play to a strength of yours, and without kind of being too kind of pedantic about it. Like you're showing application, you
Yeah.
know, but it's also not in like kind of a boring like step one you do this, step two,
Right.
like it's not a tutorial per
Right.
se, but it's a visual example of ideas. And I think that's yeah, it's I think you're onto something really cool there. So.
You know, one of the best examples of that is the How to Think When You Draw guys, the Etherington brothers.
I don't know, but I like that they're brothers. I'm so tired. I'm tired, Corey. I'm in a goofy ass mood. By the way,
Do you know
get
what I'm
into
talking
that,
about? The How to Think When You Draw?
I don't, and I want
Oh,
you to talk
dude.
about it. But I also want to acknowledge Dee Dee mentioned that Doug would probably disagree with me. I agree entirely. And you're right about the denomination thing. The one thing I will never tell Doug or any other person who professes to be a believer is I don't doubt like his salvation, you know? So I feel like when you start getting into that game where you're like, this person's not a believer, like that's where you start treading in the territory you shouldn't, you know?
Yeah.
So anyhow, sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
the How to Think When You Draw, man. That is one of the best things on the internet.
Nice.
And I forget their name. It's either Etherington or Etherington. I've got them, but
Are they like Southern? Because I just picture like that sounds like you know what it I think is making me think of is the Everly Brothers, you know, like
no, I think they're English. Hold on just a second.
the British. Have you ever heard Super Ego? Any of you guys? Dee Dee, have you ever heard or watched Super Ego, the comedy show? There's a really
All right, I'm
funny
back.
James Bond sketch on Super Ego where it's what's her name? Who's the lady in James Bond who assigns him stuff? Q?
M.
Oh, M. So it's him coming into M, and M just goes, Bond, how British am I? It's this whole bit
Oh,
where
you
she
told
just
me
keeps
about this
going,
one.
yes, I understand, but how British am I?
Yeah, you told me
It's
about this
very,
one before.
very goofy.
Let me show you this because this is cool.
Is that book tied into the videos?
So they don't do videos. It's a blog spot, and then they go in and they do these tutorials. And these tutorials, instead of being a typical like step-by-step tutorial, they're telling you how to think about different things. And so instead of being like, draw it like this, first draw a circle, then they're like, rocks look this way because of these reasons. So when you're constructing them, think about these things.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. I mean, and they've got it and they're all free. The books aren't free, but they're all like all of the tutorials are just free online. And so I tell my students all the time, like, hey, if you're trying to figure something out, Google How to Think When You Draw, and then add the thing that you're trying to figure out into it.
That's great. I mean, like one of my biggest frustrations, you know, in teaching younger artists, it's not a bad frustration, but it's like even when dealing with like junior designers and stuff, is like trying to help them. Like it's beautiful when it unlocks, but it's like trying to help them to open their imagination. So when they're creating something, they're not only thinking about like a figure in a ground, but they're thinking about the weight of the figure on the ground.
Right.
And like how that environment is affecting the figure. It's like, it's just basic stuff where it's like, you know, you'll see like a younger artist, like draw like a bison, you know, on a plane of ground or grass. And yet they'll have the bison's legs like not match the perspective of the grass.
Right.
And some of it's not like a technical thing. It's just thinking about it, just like
Right.
pausing and going, at what angle are their feet on this ground?
Yeah.
I think that's great, man. I'm excited about your videos though. I've been enjoying the new ones a lot.
Yeah.
Unlike the old ones. That's spicy, Josh. Sorry.
No,
I'm being
my
spicy today, Corey.
Dee Dee's saying so many think they don't even have an imagination. Yeah, because it's really interesting to talk about like how people think, because some people constantly have visuals running through their head, like they just imagine everything that and by imagine it comes through visually, and other people will hear words that they're reading, and other people don't have either of those. And so it's really interesting.
Which are you?
I'm both of those things, but it depends on what I'm doing. But I've always been able to, like, and I'm kind of curious where you are, but I've always been able to like see something in 2D, and then in just without really trying, I can kind of imagine like an exploded view of it, and like turn it around in my head, and like open it up, and so it's difficult for me to like explain how to do that, because that's something that has always just been like a natural ability of mine.
Yeah.
And writing is the same. Like you and I are both similar upbringings in that we have educators, or at least people who are really into literature, that we were raised by and around.
Yeah, your mom was an educator. Oh wait, that's right.
There you go. But anyway, the idea of that it isn't like I used to say to my students, read it out loud, and if it sounds wrong, then it's probably wrong, and you need to rewrite it. But like, if you were raised in an environment where people spoke incorrectly, then your natural ear isn't going to necessarily hear the incorrect English.
Yeah, no, that's true. And like I kind of relate to, so there's a couple things I think we slightly have in common, where it's like, my dad used to do devil's advocate all the time, and it would drive us nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Where even if he didn't believe something, he would just debate it.
Yeah. Right.
And he'd make a really good case for it. And we'd get really frustrated because we'd be like, dude, you don't even believe this. What are you talking about? But I liked it in retrospect because it forced me to steelman other people with different opinions, and then to try to be able to justify my own beliefs as I would have to somebody who completely disagrees with me.
Right.
On the downside, this is where it gets into that whole Ecclesiastes thing of like knowledge not always being the best. Because of that, I have like a really I don't know if that's the only reason, but I have a really analytical mind that everything I just dissect, and kind of attack even visual things. So it's almost like an attack where it's like, how do I look at this? Like it's hard to I can't shut off the analysis. So that is both a blessing and a curse. Like artistically, it's really great,
Yeah.
But when it comes to just like, just trying to casually enjoy something or think unanalytically about something, I just can't. I can't shut it off. And that's where it's like, I do kind of think there is some truth to that Ecclesiastes thing of like, with much knowledge, there's much vexation. Where it's like, yeah, even wisdom can be really painful, because if you're wise and then you look at somebody doing something really unwise, it's like, it's very painful,
Sure.
Whereas if you're a fool, everything's a pleasant surprise,
Well, I don't know.
A fool walks into a car dealership and gets ripped off, but they walk away feeling like really good about their purchase, you know.
Yeah, so I think it's
Whereas
one
I
of
think when
those.
you're wise, you go into a car dealership, and no matter how good of a deal you cut, you walk away feeling pretty unhappy with the results because you know you got screwed. Like, you know.
Yeah, but if you look at short term and long term,
Yeah.
I think there's a difference in the
Yes.
results. So for example, because what I was saying in the comments that you were like, really, wisdom is knowledge rightly applied, right? And I'm not claiming that I'm wise, but I have lived my life to the
Not to
best
be
of my.
cocky, but I am the wisest Corey Kerr on the planet.
There are a couple other Corey Kerrs, and I don't know. I haven't met them.
I think you should
So
make that claim, Corey, and then
I'm
call them
going to.
out, have them on stream, and be like,
You know,
"Prove to me
I
that
used
you
to
are the
quote
best Corey Kerr."
I used to quote Adam Sandler and say, and I would just yell often, "I'm the smartest man alive." And I was doing it as a joke, but then I realized after doing that for several years in my early 20s that people thought I was being serious and that I actually thought that. And I was like, oh,
Oh no.
that's sad that you guys think that I'm that much of an egoist.
You know
But
what's tough is like it's always a fine balance because if I like talk about my education, I don't talk about my education a lot, right?
yeah,
But then like there are people who will just assume I'm uneducated because I don't mention my laurels a lot, and it's like then they'll talk to me like I don't know, it's a bizarre like balance between properly kind of acknowledging your accomplishments and being like humble and like finding that fine balance,
I'm in a
It's
different
like
spot
look
where,
like when you're humble, it doesn't necessarily mean like you are you think you're an idiot. Like I
right,
don't
right,
know if that
right.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
You're in a
I'm in a
different
different
spot
spot
or
because I'm on a very nice campus.
yeah.
And so most people grant in the place that I work,
Yeah.
most people grant everybody, a pretty wide degree of respect.
Yeah.
And so very few people will assume that you don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm surrounded by people with like multiple advanced degrees in stuff that I have no experience in it at all.
Yeah.
And so I'm the guy in the room that's like, what?
Yeah. Well, that's also an age thing though, because like, it, like one of my favorite things to do is not know and admit it.
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
I learned so much from just asking dumb questions,
Right.
I am not above dumb questions. And it's like you always have to tell students that kind of thing where you're like, don't be afraid to ask questions because like you're going to be asking it for like the 5 people in the room who are too scared
Yeah,
to ask.
exactly.
But it's
But
like
I mean
they
that's
always think that's just like a rote thing you're saying. It's like, no, like seriously,
yeah.
if you ask a dumb question, you are literally miles ahead of the people who aren't asking,
Yeah.
because it's like having the humility to learn, Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. I like that situation a lot. Um, where people ask questions. It's really difficult. Okay, here's something. I'm going to finish my sentence here in a minute, but
Okay.
here's something I've been wrestling with.
Okay.
I'll come back to this, but it's difficult when you have people that ask questions a lot and actively don't learn.
Hmm.
And I'm
That is a really good point. That's a really good point.
yeah. So on the one hand, you've got, I can't remember. These are a bunch of I've gone down this rabbit hole recently because of some things that I won't say live on the internet, but there is a quote that I've come to realize. So I'm dealing with an individual, and I was doing that thing, that you and I both do. So Dee Dee's saying they may need a kinetic way of learning. Yeah, in my in my classes, I try to mix auditory, visual, kinetic on each major principle. And they're, I don't know how to say this in a nice way, so I won't try to sugarcoat it. I don't think higher education is for everyone, and I'm not saying that in a judgmental way. I'm
I
saying
agree
that
with you.
in a way of like, for every one or for every 4 tradesmen that are retiring right now, there's like 1 to replace them in. And like, if you become a plumber or an electrician, you're going to right off the bat make like twice as much as the people that go through my program.
Well, let me say this too, like just to back what you're saying. I would be a shitty plumber. Like,
Right.
like
Yeah.
I'm really good at a lot of academia stuff. I'm not great at it. I'm not like the best at it, but I do show proclivity towards it. But if you put me in a plumbing class, I would be the last in class. Like I would be awful at it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I couldn't learn it, but I'm just saying like that. So what Corey's saying, just to reiterate, like what Corey's saying is not saying like that those people are lower. I don't know if that makes sense. So
Oh, not at
I
all.
just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify that.
But
'Cause I don't think either you or I are in a position where we think like like that trades are easy, or B, that they're like lower.
Well, I remember thinking that. I remember as a teenager,
Yeah, when you're young,
I
you
made a
think a lot of things.
derogatory comment about some of the adults on the construction crew that I was on, and my dad was like, "Dude, that guy is a skilled laborer. That skilled part is a really important part of his title. Like, you're ripping on him, but he's got years in his craft, and he's doing something that you can't do." And I was like, okay, yeah, that's valid. But anyway, so I was very frustrated because I know you and I both do this sometimes, and you pointed out to me whenever I do it. I was assuming that the other person in this situation was a rational actor.
Yeah, that's a weakness we both have.
Yep. And because of that,
Here, I want to. Do you mind if I split the screen? It's just kind of weird talking.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I just wanted to, since I wasn't doing anything, I don't mind being on camera.
Yeah. No, it feels more conversational when I can see your expression.
Yeah. No, that's
instead of looking at a little thumbnail.
I just figured since you were doing something visual, but yeah, no, I don't mind. Let me just do that. There we go. So because I was assuming a rational actor, I was having like total cognitive dissonance because I was like, if they're rational, there must be like some deep malice driving their behavior, because it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I've fallen into that trap before. Okay, continue.
Right.
But just so you know, I've definitely fallen into that trap before, where it's hard not to assume malintent, because you're like, well, there's nobody who would sincerely,
Right. Yeah. And sincerely, this person is just out of their depth.
Yep.
And they're in a situation where they, in that situation, are incompetent. And so anyway, I came across this thing and I was like, yeah. So this thing is this, right? Never assume malice when stupidity or incompetence will explain the behavior.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. So then I was like, okay, yeah. But then I came across another thing, and this other thing, now I'm going back and forth, because this other thing was, at a certain point, extreme incompetence is indistinguishable from malice.
Mm.
And so I'm like, yeah, both of those things are true. The first one is a useful way of approaching the world. The second one is true. And it doesn't mean that somebody who is incompetent is malicious. It just means that the results of their behavior are indistinguishable from somebody who's malicious.
Yeah, I can see that.
And so, and Dee Dee's saying maybe they just don't want to be what others are trying to make them be. Without getting too much into this, that could be true in many situations. That's not this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see what you're saying. And I, whenever a student comes to me and is like, blah, 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 this isn't working. I never try to push them in one direction or another. I try to figure out what they want and then suggest the path of action to what they want to become. Cause I think that's what should happen in school. Is not like, I'm not trying to convert people to,
no,
you
need to guide them to discover whatever that is for them.
Yeah.
Like,
for
and
whatever they
generally just whatever they pick, like try to make them or help them get to be the best of whatever that is that's possible.
But outside of an educational situation, if somebody remains ignorant or remains incompetent after a certain amount of time, it's kind of like, at that point, it's like, I still don't know if there's ill intent, and I don't know if it's even useful to try to figure out whether
to
that's
parse that out.
Yeah,
I get that,
because I want to look at the results, and the results are the same whether it's ignorance, incompetence, or ill intent.
Yeah, I can see that.
And it's really interesting because, like, as soon as I was like, okay, I'm like projecting all this stuff on this other person. I'm like, I'm impugning motive, and all these things. And as soon as I just like let that go, and I'm like, let's look at what is being accomplished.
Then
I'm like, okay, this is the only thing I can deal with. I can deal with the facts. I can deal with that. I can deal with, it's like, and this is a different situation, but like when a student, does something, their story of why they did it is less important than the fact that they did it.
Yeah.
It's like, I will explain that to them. I'm like, yeah, listen, hey, I get it.
Yeah. But intent, intent matters in a court of law sometimes.
Right.
But, in a workplace or a professional environment, intent kind of flies out the window a bit. I mean, obviously, for personal reasons, people are going to care about intent. Yeah. But, like, when it comes to results, it doesn't matter. You could intend to do bad, and if you did a good thing, great. And you can intend to do good, and if you did a bad thing, sorry. That's interesting. That's fascinating to me.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, and I don't know. I think one of the hardest things to do as a teacher is grade, because I'm trying to, and I can tell them.
Is it the hardest to execute, or the hardest to have the conversation about?
As somebody who is naturally empathetic and anxious, it's very difficult for me.
But just to have the conversation, like the grade itself.
No, the grade itself is hard to give as well. I do it because I have a fiduciary duty of being honest.
Not hard to give, but is it hard to decide, or is it just hard to give?
No, it's not hard to decide. It's hard to give.
Yeah, like that's where I was at. I still have the same thing with, like, even critique at my day job. It's like, as an art director, it takes a lot for me to just critique somebody's work, even though I know these things need to be fixed, but it's like, I don't want to ruin someone,
like people joke now that I work with at the number of people that cry because of things that I say. Like I would, and it's not because I'm saying them harshly, but it's because, to my students' credit, they care about what they're producing.
Yeah.
And to their detriment, they're starting, so they're not good yet.
Yeah.
And so, like,
well, and honestly, I hate to say this, but like, this might be my bias, but in general, like, you're probably, I would question a teacher who's not having students occasionally cry.
Right.
I mean, because that would mean, well, I don't know. That would potentially mean you might be just kind of skating people through, you know?
Right. Well, into what Dee Dee's saying in the chats, you know, I don't really know everything about them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know
of course
I
not.
know I know what I see in class, and I know the
Mhm.
work that they produce, and I know what they write, and that's it. And so, like, there's always something else. Like the other day, I had critiqued everybody's work, and so I just pull everybody's work up on the board, on the projector, you know, tell them what's wrong with it. We have a little discussion about how I'm critiquing their work. I'm not critiquing them, you know.
Yeah.
I'm critiquing the work that they've produced.
I've
I'm
used your
doing it.
line,
I'm
by the
doing
way,
it.
about net worth versus self
Yeah,
worth.
net
I
worth
use
versus
that all
self
the I
worth.
use that all the time at work too.
Yeah, yeah. I
It's a
stole that.
great line.
I stole that from this guy who walked into the room. So class ends, and this girl who had a truly awful draft brought me a sketch, and she was like, "Is this a better composition?" And it was significantly better. And she had taken what I said and had understood it and had applied it in this compositional sketch. And this seems like a backhanded compliment, but my point in teaching is to make people better. And so
Yeah.
if this were outside of a teaching environment, I wouldn't have said it this way. But I said, "Hey, this sketch is really good. Like, this isn't showing up in your work. Like,
Yeah.
the sketch is good, but it's not being translated into the final result."
Yeah.
And she immediately burst into tears. And I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
there's got to be, there's got to be something more that's going on in
Yeah.
her life to receive a compliment that also has some critique in it,
Yeah.
but to receive a compliment and have that kind of put you over the edge."
Well, you also, I mean, I not that I have employees like, cheering up all the time or anything, but you do, like, and you probably remember this from like management too, but it's like, you know, people have hard things going on all the time, so like I always try to kind of keep that in mind
Mm-hmm.
when I'm managing people, because when I'm talking to somebody, I don't know if their like aunt died yesterday. I don't know if their
Right.
dog, like, and there's certain things that they will reveal or share, but you never know what burdens, people are carrying, which again makes that process really hard. So I do understand that, because when I was teaching art in particular, like it was never hard to decide what grade they earned.
Right.
But it was really hard to deliver it,
Yeah.
It was
And
just really, it's
you
always
try to teach
heavy.
them things like
And you
they'll come
want
to
them to
you.
take it the right way. Like you hope and pray that they're going to understand that you're on their side,
Right.
because
Yeah.
that's the hard part, is like, you don't want to translate it like you want them destroyed, unless
Yeah.
it's Dee that you're teaching. And then, no, I'm just kidding. Dee. That was a hearing. I was just making sure you're still listening to the stream.
Dee says, "Do you think more often than not that artists are introverts and therefore you don't get to know them as easily?"
It depends, because there's some wacky extroverted artists. Yeah.
And I don't teach in the art department, so I teach in a communication department, and so I'm teaching visual communication. So I have a different audience than most people that are teaching what I teach. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty split. In my classes, I will say that I have.
Corey, I'll be right back in like 2
Yep.
seconds.
I'd say it's like I probably have 5 to 10% males, 90 to 95% females, which is really interesting. And so I don't know if creativity is naturally a gendered thing, or if society allows women to be more creative and not men or something. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's just I'm in the comm department and people who are in the comm department, who are interested in visuals are female. I'm not sure. It's kind of an interesting split, but I haven't seen. It seems pretty even on those that are willing to comment.
Yeah.
out loud versus those that don't. I'd say in most of my classes, it's a pretty even split of people that are participating vocally and not. And I don't know how much that is an
And
indication of
Corey, at this
extroversion and
point, you're a
introversion.
pretty seasoned teacher too. So I'm imagining you picked up tools that help like the more quiet, shy kids to engage. Like, because there's different techniques you can use. A lot of it's like, even in my, running an art team, it's like you have like massively different personalities in a workplace. You have like massive introverts. You have
Yeah.
people who need tons of praise. You have other people who are just like, just leave me alone in my corner. Let me be an expert and do my thing. And even those people you need engagement with. So it's like there's always this different measure you have to apply to each different personality, and you start getting better and better at it. It's like a weird intuitive it's why like 10 years should exist, honestly.
Yeah.
Because it's like the more you do teaching, the better you get at that. The downside of tenure is like you can get a little lazy with that, but it's
Yeah.
like, but in theory, like the longer you're at it, like I'm imagining you probably equipped yourself with quite a few tools to handle that.
Yeah. Dee Dee makes an interesting point here. Because I think while you stepped away, I was talking about male to female ratio. I'm going to assume here, I think men want to make sure that they make a living and they don't think that they can do that with art, therefore less male art students. It's a pretty,
yeah, you want to handle that?
well, I was going to say, I think it's a pretty solid assumption, especially in the
Yeah.
subculture that I'm in. That's very true. Not that you can't make a living at art, but I think that assumption is definitely out there culturally.
Yeah.
And then if you look at, I think another thing is because in my department, we have like video, we have visual, which covers kind of illustration, animation, design, photography. And then we have public relations and journalism and strategic organizational communication and a few other emphases that I'm now forgetting.
I want to chime in on that a little bit.
Well, hold on. Let me hit one more point.
Yeah.
Let me hit one more point. Video is almost the complete inverse of visual in my department, where there's maybe one or two women in each class and mostly men. And I think one thing out there that's kind of interesting is that the male brain tends to be more thing oriented and the female brain tends to be more concept oriented. And that's not to say that aligns directly with biological sex, but the more masculine and the more feminine kind of it aligns that way. And I tend to be a more feminine man. I think I'm the more, if you align like the classical feminine kind of like ways of thinking and feeling, I'm more feminine than my wife is, and she's more masculine than I am.
Yeah, my wife and I joke about this all the time, but like it's like between the two of us, if one of us is talking about our feelings, it's mostly me. So it's like, and it's funny because we've taken those like marriage classes, when we were newly married, and it would always be like the inverse where they'd be like, how the wife just wants to talk, and I'm like, my wife's looking at me and I'm like, I don't know. We're just different. Like, anyhow. Yeah.
Yeah. But to me, it's interesting because that thing-based thing.
Yeah. And by the way, I love the word thing-based thing.
Oh yeah. Very true in video, because if you take a typical video student or film student, they're all about the kit. Right. They know the lenses. They've got deeply held opinions on brands of cameras, and like they're really, they will discuss, what was released at NAB at length. It's like they're into it. And so I don't know. I wonder how much of that is, but now I'm kind of curious. Dee Dee's making fun of you, but now I'm kind of curious on your thoughts on the whole men feeling like they need to provide as an indicator of.
So I will just say this. I think that there's also just a statistic that you can't ignore, which is that women are just out educating men currently statistically across the nation. That enrollment for men in universities is at like ridiculous all-time lows. I think it was like 3 years ago that every graduating college student was actually like men were dwarfed by women.
Yeah.
Women are just excelling at college, and a
Yeah.
lot of people think it's because they're better built for it, like for education.
Mhm.
It's just, and I personally think societally, there's, it's one of the things that makes me mad about the whole red pill nonsense, that I don't want my kid, getting involved in. And I'm a little worried about that, like as he gets older, because it very much speaks to like a junior high kid,
Yeah.
you know. But it's like that's one of the things I really dislike about that movement, as well as like the kind of thing I was joking about with the Eric July thing, where it's like, look, like to Naples, a really, a good example. This all connects, trust me. To Naples, a good example of you can believe whatever you want in art and make good stuff. Like, right? You can have whatever political philosophy and you can make good art. The argument is you should make good art. And it's kind of a similar thing with like the whole red pill thing annoys me because it's so anti-intellectual and it's all about money, and that's it. And like the respect for the humanities, for becoming a well-rounded human being, has just like dissipated and disappeared entirely. And I think in general, I think there's like a anti-intellectual movement that's kind of grown and grown. And unfortunately, I think that affects men a lot too, where it's like it's just not seen as a wise thing to like go to college and stuff like that. And what's
Right.
sad is that's starting to transfer to the workforce. So women most likely in the next, like, I'd say like decade, will probably be out earning men, because the thing that hasn't changed is the statistics on your net worth with a college degree versus without. And and just statistically, you're way better off with a college degree. Even though
Right.
like people make the argument like, hey, it's just a piece of paper, you can go into a trade. You just look at the statistics and it's like, no, people with college degrees earn a better salary, a better income. And so it's actually a problem. It's like it's going to be a problem. And unfortunately, there's people who are trying to like address men's issues or men's problems by just trying to spread misogyny or trying to encourage men to like reverse course entirely, instead of like evolve, progress, be competitive, get better at school, maybe talk about schooling systems like that could better work for men. Like it's just kind of, I'm just saying it's a fascinating topic, and unfortunately, like, it's dominated by like just a very non-solution oriented kind of conversation. But there's a better conversation to be had there. And I will say
Yeah.
this, like, I mean, women are very like adaptable, and have made so much progress, um once these gateways open for them, and it's kind of like fascinating. um because it's like a lot of these misogynistic takes about like, oh, women and logic and stuff like that, and they've been saying that for years, like women logical, and then it's like, well, it turns out actually women are really good at school, really good at logic, really, like they're actually outdoing men. So weirdly
Yeah.
enough, like if you're noticing that in art schools, it's not just art schools, it's like across the board in almost every field, and it's even starting in STEM, which is insane because that's always been like a male dominated field. So it's an interesting trend to kind of see happening.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means, but I do think, this is like, to my friends out there who are conservative, I think that the shame to me is like when I hear anyone who leans a certain way, even if it's not conservative, it could be whatever viewpoint, like looking at the arts and thinking, man, these arts are just presenting, like these movies, these books, they're all presenting ideas I disagree with. But they're not looking at a culture that's like belittling art, that's encouraging men to not go into the arts, that's encouraging men to not do artistic things. And then you get and especially men of a certain viewpoint or philosophy. And I guess my point is like, I mean, like a good example of like the conservative thing is like, if conservatives in media are constantly belittling the arts, calling it like like, you know, associating it with bad things, and then all their kids are going into other things, then what do you think the art's going to be? Of course it's going to be swayed one way, right? The better thing to do would be like, we need more kids of your kids' perspective on college campuses. We need more kids like that in the arts to make better art. Like, just stop like belittling a whole industry and like and discouraging, you know, kids from like going into specific industries, because guess what, if you do, then the industries won't have any representation of your viewpoints, because you guys, like, again, I in this case I will say specifically conservatives have called out the arts for years, you know, quite often done like satanic panic stuff about the arts, always associated with you know, alternative lifestyles and stuff like that. So what a big surprise that like 90% of people who go into animation, illustration, art aren't conservative. What a shock, because their parents like, I'm just saying, we need to encourage people to actually like go into the arts, like to encourage like literacy, to encourage education, to encourage like people to learn history and stuff like that, because we end up with a richer world for it, you know?
Definitely. There's benefits to having lots of different viewpoints in a thing.
And I'm only generalizing conservative because I will agree with a lot of right-leaning media that like there is a lack of representation for conservatives in movies, in books, in a lot of these things. And that's a general conservative take. So I'm not trying to generalize conservatives like that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is one of those things where there is kind of a culture that's very anti-art and anti-intellectual. And it's like, we gotta stop doing that. Like you have to stop doing that if you want more representation in the arts. You need to start encouraging, you know, people of differing viewpoints to go into the arts, right? Make better movies, right? And like, you're not going to make better movies if you don't go to institutions and learn the lenses that they're learning at institutions. And, you know, I don't know. Anyhow, sorry for rambling, but that's that also goes for men, where it's like, I would hate for people to be like, oh my gosh, women are out earning men in academia, or like out getting degrees in academia. Like, let's just encourage men to go into trades. No, like get like, encourage your kids, like male or female, to go to college and like get an education. It makes a massive difference to your net worth when you get out, you know? Anyhow, sorry for rambling, but
no, it's fine.
That to me is just like it always bugs me, because it's like, dude, you know, I mean, yeah, a lot of people who did art, at least in my age range, were just constantly berated for being an artist and not doing sports and stuff like that. At least I had that growing up. It's like, so no wonder people who make art tend to like not do stuff related to sports and stuff like, you know what I mean? Because like,
you know, the more and more I hear other people's stories of growing up, I think that the town that I grew up in must just be this bizarre anomaly. Because
you lived in Bizarro World.
I did, man, because I was an athlete and an artist, and and it was like, you know, one of our linebackers was also like, you know, he played like the trumpet in the band, you know, like we had all kinds of
like crossover and cross pollination. Yeah. Like
crossover.
And honestly, some of that might have been me going to a smaller town kind of school, you know, so like things get a little more kind of clicky. But it's like, I'm just saying, it's one of those things of hearing people complain about a lack of the arts representing their viewpoint, and then looking at that viewpoint and seeing a discouragement of people going into the arts. I'm like, well, what do you expect? You know, that's all I'm saying, you know?
Yeah.
So,
there's definitely
do better.
Yeah. Sorry. It's late.
No worries, man. I'm trying to get through this panel and look, almost there. Almost there, Corey.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Do you
definitely
teach tomorrow?
only in the afternoon. So I
Oh, jealous of
usually
your schedule,
will.
my dude.
What's that?
What's up?
Sorry, I missed what you said because I was answering your question.
Oh, I was saying I'm jealous of your schedule. That's all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mondays. So I usually will put in hours after midnight. So I'll go from midnight to 3 or 4 Monday morning, and then I'll do the rest of my workday like in the afternoon. But I have 8 o'clock classes on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So
Yeah.
but I also don't live 90-minute commute away from where I teach.
That's true.
So
Dee Dee said you might have experiences that conflict with reality and conservatism. I don't know, because like again, I live in a conservative city, and it's like I see a lot of like anti-intellectualism, a lot of parents like discouraging their kids from getting into the arts. And honestly, this is not just me. Like I've actually, as much as I disagree with Doug TenNapel, I've heard him talk about that, where he feels like conservatives need to have better representation in art, and unfortunately, like they aren't doing a great job of like raising their kids to do art, and so you end up with this art that has a biased viewpoint that's leaning one way because a lot of liberals are like encouraging their kids to go to art schools, and a lot of conservatives are telling their kids like that's girly stuff, go into this other stuff, so it's like, again, like if you want a thriving art community with differing viewpoints, you got to encourage the arts. Now, that is not saying that all conservatives are like that. It's just, I'm just saying there's like a culture of anti-intellectualism that needs to, honestly, on any viewpoint, needs to not exist, but also I will say it is fascinating to see that, because when I went to art school, like the illustration program, we had a minority of women graduating with illustration degrees in the BFA program. And the last graduating class, when I talked to my buddy Rick, who's like the chair there, it's like I think it was like 98% women. So there has been a shift.
yeah,
It's interesting.
yeah.
I'm curious where it'll go.
I'm wondering. I'm wondering where it'll go because of generative AI.
Yeah. Do you think
Because
AI will become a tool, or do you think it's going to decimate the entire industry?
I think that's yet to be seen. As somebody who leans a little bit more conservative, I would say that this is a rare take from me.
Yeah.
I'd like a lot more regulation in that area. I think it's dangerous enough that leaving it totally unregulated is problematic. I also don't really like the government doing much because I don't. They're inefficient and ineffective at doing most things. But
yeah, I get that.
But anyway, I do think it largely depends on kind of what we decide is okay.
Yeah.
For example, there are a number of court cases right now that will change things. Hold on, Corey. Do you think that? Oh, sorry. Do you think that then only the government would have any say in AI and therefore control the whole thing? That is a concern. Let me clarify what I mean by that. I think the way the AI is currently trained, it's completely unethical in the way that it's trained, and so my hope is that some of these cases that are kind of going through the British courts and the U.S. courts right now will solidify that you need licenses for the work that you are using in the training of your model. And that will inhibit rapid expansion of AI somewhat, and it'll make it ethical so that people will be fairly compensated or opt in
Yeah.
To have their stuff used to train the model, or it'll train on public domain, which is going to be mostly oil painting and ancient pen and ink stuff and stone engravings, and so the modern styles and digital artists and more recent things will still have a competitive place in the marketplace, because you can't use that stuff unless people opt in. So that's the thing, is that I hope that there's some clarification on copyright and licensing and intellectual property as it pertains to training large learning models and deep learning machine learning models.
I think one of the biggest issues is going to be the legal ramifications, and I think that they need to really sort that out. Like regardless, like they got to start thinking about that, because right now it's like the march of advancement in the name of science is just kind of proceeding forward, just totally ignoring law and copyright, and
right.
That's a real problem. And that, to me, that's my biggest complaint about AI, is the fact that, like, Stable Diffusion is literally robbing your art, and that's a problem.
Right, and then you have Adobe.
I will say, though, on the side of, like, I guess even though I'm very liberal, this is where I'm going to sound like a conservative. The idea that you can stop progress on scientific innovation, especially things like AI, it's kind of like the genie's out of the bottle. And I'm not trying to be defeatistic. I think it's a fight worth having, but I think the idea that you're going to regulate it back to where they're going to put it back in the bottle is just not usually how the history of these advancements happens. Like,
sure.
As much as it might be nice, it just never happens that way.
Yeah, I want to address what Didi's talking about. So Didi's saying which side in the government will control who gets AI and who doesn't. I see it all one-sided in the end. Pick a side of government that you're on, liberal, conservative, or whatever, and imagine the other side controlling the whole thing. So I want to clarify, I'm not talking about content moderation, which I really have a problem with from a free speech standpoint, in the government getting involved in content moderation. That becomes
for sure.
No matter who is doing that, that is a huge, massive issue. And if you look at executive overreach, and you have both sides have opened that door a little bit wider, each president.
No, I'll be honest. Like, like one of the reasons I was very hesitant to support Al Gore back in the day was his wife Tipper, and her long history with running the FCC and like the FCC hearings against musicians that fed into the satanic panic. So, there's a lefty that I had some hesitation supporting, because of the fact that, like, I don't like people starting to moderate that kind of thing. I think what Corey's more talking about is like something kind of more similar to copyright law, which is withheld by like a nonpartisan body. It's not like copyright law is not usually litigated for political purposes, or it's like, oh, you're violating copyright, therefore it's just more of like a am I right, Corey, on that, or am I reading?
I think that's one part of it that would really help. And so I definitely do not want at any point in time the government getting involved in like what AI is allowed to say. Because that's just bad.
I mean, within reason, like there's some limitations, right? I think if we went down the thought train, there would be some content you don't think the government should let people make it with AI.
But I don't think,
that doesn't go outside of the bounds of the content that we're not supposed to make in general anyway.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is I don't think that's specific to AI. For example, one of the things that AI is doing right now that I don't think is political, but is horrendous and should be legislated because it's already illegal, is child pornography. Like, it is.
That was what I was hinting at. Right. Like, I think we'd all agree that would be a regulation I think most of us would support. Right.
Yeah. So, and then and then like everything else, that becomes a little bit of the camel's nose in the door, because then you start doing a little bit of content moderation. But I think content that is
it's just, I just wanted to clarify, because like anyone, even the most purist content moderation freedom person usually isn't willing to bite the bullet of all content being free.
Sure.
Because I think all of us have a certain level where we're like, no, like I don't really care about freedom in that case, like there's some freedoms we don't frankly support,
Well, and that's the point that I've brought up in the past that I think is relevant here is there's an assumption of inevitability. That assumption of inevitability is actually manufactured by the corporations that are mostly going to be benefited from this. And so, whenever, and I know you've mocked me in the past for using the term big tech, but I think it applies here.
Well, no, it's
I know your point, and I don't disagree with it.
My only stance on mocking big anything is generally there is like a nice little red flag whenever somebody uses the word big anything. They're most likely going to spew a little bit of conspiracy. Now, don't get me wrong, like big tech is not a bad term to use, but I'm just saying it's, for me, I've found it funny that can be an indicator that somebody's about to go into wild speculation. So,
yeah. Okay. So let's clarify. Let's put a bow on this copyright thing. Dee Dee's saying my point can still stand on who will control it. Will it be one side or the other? Copyright specifically, the laws of copyright are very outdated. They have been mutated by lobbyists over the last few generations in favor of large corporations, when initially the Constitution, if you're a pure constitutionalist, the Constitution saw what was going on in Europe with printing presses robbing authors of their work because they had a printing press and the author didn't. It's like, well, I can print whatever I want because it's my machine. And so the founding fathers said, we should probably put this idea of like protection of the individual creator into the Constitution.
And it probably didn't hurt that the founding fathers were mostly all authors that were published.
Yeah, they're all writers.
So I think a lot of them like had a personal stake in it, where they're like, that would kind of suck if like these printing presses can keep ripping off our books,
Right. Yeah. And interestingly enough, the founding fathers, we often mistakenly lump them together, like I just did, into a group that all agreed with each other. They hated each other. And they were all over the political spectrum, from somebody who is so far on the one side that he's like, I think we should have a king, and somebody who's so far on the other side that's like, I think we should have total anarchy and not even be united. It's like, and everybody in between. Anyway, but yeah, and they all wrote. And so we have creators of all kinds of different ideological stances.
Like Thomas Paine, who was all about the UBI. Yeah. That's my man.
And Jefferson and Madison.
Jefferson with his crazy libertarian anarchy.
The gentleman farmer. So anyway, the idea though is that innately things that we create, we own the rights to the work that we create, and that should continue to be enforceable in the courts. So that a company like Google or OpenAI or Elon Musk or, Bill Gates or whoever that is way more powerful than I am can't just say, well, I'm bigger than you and I have more money, so I can just do whatever I want with your stuff, which is currently what's happening.
Yeah.
And so the courts, I hope, will stand up for the true spirit and letter of copyright and say, you can't just rob creators of their work to teach your models how to produce the work.
Well, and ironically, like the big argument for copyright would apply here with AI and stable diffusion, which may not be as stable as people are saying it is, but so the thinking behind it, the heart behind the law, is why is somebody going to write a book if they can't profit from it? Like if I spend, decades doing a book, like why would I even bother if like the second I publish it, anyone can publish it? and or more concerningly, why would I bother putting a bunch of money into research and that kind of stuff on science if it can just get stolen and my competitors can do whatever I just invested a life's resources in? So the idea of like these protections of like intellectual rights are for I mean, the justification for it is for market competition and freedom, because the whole point is no one's going to invest if they don't get a return.
Right.
And we want a thriving market where people are investing, and we want a thriving marketplace of ideas where people feel like they can profit off of their ideas and their intellectual ideas. So you end up with these new thriving ideas that creates competition. It's good in theory, right? And it's a nonpartisan idea. But I agree with Corey on that. Stable diffusion is a problem because it all relies on that infrastructure that's made by a bunch of artists. But the problem is you're going to stop feeding that infrastructure if you don't have artists generating new works, right? If it's all iterative work, then you're just going to have a market flooded with iterations.
And so that's the one part of the main part that I'd like the government involved, and it's mainly the courts. Is I'd like them to say you are not allowed to use artist work without their permission, and that is irregardless of their political stance or anything. It's just a really cut and dry. Does this person own the copyright? Did that company license it from them? Yes or no?
Yeah. And I mean, like you could. So Didi was saying, I don't see anything being nonpartisan. Okay, so there's extreme people on the left who are very against intellectual property rights, and there's people on the extreme right who are very against intellectual property rights.
Correct.
But what you'll find is there's support on both sides as well. It's kind of like an issue, like Corey was talking about. You know, you had founding fathers with massively different ideation that all kind of came to the conclusion this was a good idea. You know.
Yeah, she's talking about speech. If you read above, she's giving examples of speech. So I'm not talking about content moderation. So I'm not talking about.
Yeah, I don't think this applies to speech, but
yeah. So what I'm saying is the work that is. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. The work that is fed into the machine to teach it, that should be protected by copyright and should not be allowed to just be used. And so that to me does seem nonpartisan, because it's cut and dry of like who owns the intellectual property and whether they license it or not. It's do you own this? Did you license it? Those are yes or no questions that aren't based on ideology, opinion, political stance, or anything like that. Then you get into Josh's question of, I'll let him put his headphones back on.
I agree, though it's been bastardized and abused, and it's one of the reasons I've been a big fan of like indie comics is, you know, like there's one, it's arguably like a very naughty comic that was made with like Mickey Mouse, and it's one of my favorite things that cartoonists have ever done. I wouldn't even buy the thing because it's so risque, but they basically took Mickey Mouse and put him in all these pervy situations and published it. A bunch of indie cartoonists that were involved in like Zap Comics back in like the 70s, and it went all the way to, I think, the Supreme Court. And the cartoonist ended up winning, but he got litigated to poverty, who was like wrangling all these other cartoonists to draw these like pervy Mickey Mouse cartoons. But and I think it's called something in the Pirates, like Mickey Mouse in the. If Adam were in chat, he'd remember what it was called. But that's not the kind of intellectual property I'm talking about. I'm kind of advocating, like, I think what Corey's talking about. It's more about the little guy. The bastardization of that has protected big corporations like Disney to be able to copyright intellectual property that isn't even theirs, you know, and then litigate people into poverty, you know. But I'm more just talking about, like, if I create artwork, somebody should not be able to do the exact piece that's not derivative, right? it's just like it gets into a very fuzzy area. All of intellectual property is a fuzzy area, right?
Yeah.
How is idea a property? I mean, this has been a discussion that's existed
Well, an
since
idea
that
isn't.
was established.
An idea
Yeah.
isn't. So
Yeah.
you can't copyright an idea.
But an execution of an idea,
Execution of the idea,
yeah,
right?
that's the thing.
You can copyright the execution of the idea, the work itself.
But I've had friends who like have are illustrators and they've seen AI art and it's like, that's the nose I drew. That's my eye. Like I drew that eye. And like this is just rampantly happening all over AI, where it's like entire components of somebody else's artwork is just like nondescript, like to the person who's even generating the AI, they aren't even aware that it's
right.
pulling
and
from
that's
existing artists.
Certain types of generative AI do that, and others don't.
Yeah. But there needs to be like, this is, I think, where Corey's talking about potentially regulation. It's like they need to look at that and understand when it's happening, where it's pulling from, and have a legal answer for that too, right? Yeah. Kind of like sampling in hip hop. Like early hip hop just sampled whatever, and it's like I can see both sides of the argument, because I love early hip hop. I love Wu-Tang Clan, and they sampled the hell out of stuff they didn't pay for. Like, but at the same time, like, if you're the guy who made the martial arts film that had that sound effect, and then you're hearing it and you're not getting compensation for it, you recorded that sound, that's kind of a crappy place to be,
Part of the
if you're the person listening to Vanilla Ice explaining why Doon 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 is different than Doon 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 Doon, it like to try to justify completely biting your music, like, there's a point where law has to step in, is my point.
Yeah.
I think it's good that Queen gets paid for that Vanilla Ice song, and that's what I want with AI.
Yeah. There's a video that I think really dives into this a lot more, and it's 2 hours long, and I don't want to rehash the whole thing, but what Adam
I do want to see it.
Yeah, what Adam and Dee Dee are talking about, it answers that pretty well. I want to get to your original question, though, of do I think AI is going to become a tool? And this video asks a very interesting question that I want to like think about a lot more. Yes, but for who and for what reason? Yeah. And so I do think it will become a tool to produce artistic work. In my opinion, and in my reading of history and my predictions of what I think will happen based on the reading of history, it is not going to be a tool for the average artist. It is going to be a tool for the megalithic, giant corporate conglomerates and monopolies and monopsonies in the world. It's not going to be a tool for the everyman. It's going to be a tool to replace the everyman.
Yeah.
And so the way that it is being pitched from the creators of it to the investors, not to the public, but to the investors, is basically that, what everybody's concerned about. This means that you don't have to hire writers anymore. This means that you don't have to hire artists anymore. This will
100%. And like, here's the thing, like, whether people like it or not, like, and I'm a big fan of like free markets in general. I tend to think, capitalism it's the typical phrase, which is weird for a lefty to say, but I tend to think that capitalism, with some exceptions, is kind of the best system like that we've got. Like they're all kind of flawed. It's very flawed, but it's the best flawed system we have. I think that's the quote usually people say. Yeah. But I think there's real holes in capitalism. And one of them is like, and this is a perspective question that's kind of interesting that's coming up with the AI thing, is what do we do in a world where all work can be automated? And that's potentially going to become more and more of a question, because it's like I don't know. This is where like that Jacques guy that Philip recommended had some really interesting takes, because he was like, is it ethical? Like one of his questions that I thought, it's that Jacques Fresco guy, But one of his questions that was fascinating to me, and I've been thinking about, because I don't know, I think he's too idealistic, frankly, and like I don't tend to buy any anarcho society that I just don't like left or right.
Right.
But one of his questions that was really interesting and did make me think is if you're in a scenario where everything can be automated, is it ethical to have people work? Like meaning if work actually becomes useless, like
Well,
why force people to work?
the sad thing about it is that robots. This is a different video. I don't have
Yeah,
any of these on off the top of my head, but robots are really good at two things, really: lifting heavy things and moving heavy things.
yeah,
And usually they have to do those in an environment where they are away from, in a very controlled environment where they're very far away from other people or animals or anything expensive that can be damaged,
yeah,
or anything that adds any uncontrollable or erratic variables. So life, they have to be kind of away from that. And then the other, so one of the things that was pointed out in that 2-hour video that I posted in the chat yesterday or the day before yesterday is that the most dystopian thing that I can think of is that all of the robots are doing art, which leaves all of the people to do nothing but manual labor.
the grunt work.
Yeah. Dee just gave you a little capitalism to start your day, Josh.
Nice. I appreciate that, Dee. And I like, again, like, I might seem like a wacky leftist, but I'm not like full bore communist. Like I can't. However, like, again, I do think there's interesting conversations to be had about like this is where like that one of the things I really liked about the conversation Andrew Yang was having like a couple of years back is like the idea as things are getting automated, are we considering anything like UBI? And I'm not talking socialism. I'm talking about like scenarios where if we can start designing a society where humans don't have to work, could we possibly like reframe it? Like, like, and now to be realistic about it, I don't personally see artists all going out of work. I see a lot of artists going out of work. I tend to believe in that idea of, that Corey and I have talked about like multiple times. You and I have discussed like how a lot of what's going to get automated is the kind of boring crap. But
Well, I actually am starting to think, because that's what I thought. That's what I thought a couple of years ago.
But it's interesting when it starts potentially reversing, right? Where it's like
I actually think
it could be the brain surgeons that end up having their jobs automated and the nurses that keep their jobs, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think that a lot of what's going to be automated is going to be the more interesting and more fulfilling part of the workforce. Like in reality, because this is what I've told my students for.
Didi's taken off. Didi, thank you for the super chat and thanks for your contributions in the chat. It was fun conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
This is what I've been telling my student, and I got to go soon because it's 5.
Oh yeah. I'm all wrapped up, so we'll just close this idea.
Yeah. Is I've told them like, hey, you guys have, and this is 9 years ago when I started teaching. So this is well before, everybody else was worried about this. I was worried about it back then. I'm the original hipster of worrying about this. But I was telling him like, listen, you need to be able to think for yourself because if it can be automated, it will be automated. And if there is a job out there that allows you to be able to have step-by-step, very clear instructions, the only reason that they're hiring a human to do that is because that human is cheaper than the robot or the software that you could write to do that thing.
Yeah, 100%.
And unfortunately, what we're finding is that I meant that as a deterrent, but that's actually there's a financial advantage to paying people poorly to do crap work because those people are cheaper than the robot that could do the same thing.
No, it's true. I mean, you'll see this when working with factories too. Like, weirdly enough, a lot of factory work can be automated, right? Like most factory work can be
Right.
automated.
Mm-hmm.
However, there are certain processes where to calibrate a machine to do it, it's just cheaper to have a human do it.
Yeah.
That's the only times where factory labor is going to stay unautomated, is when it's just like
Or
less profitable. And like, oh man, it gets into so much because I think there's like things that I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like it's a whole conversation we can't open up, because I think it's going to tie into, I think, like, even the importance of the humanities. When we start being in a society that's too based on STEM and like that kind of thing, and we kind of disregard the humanities, or like the importance of history or poetry or like human endeavor, like it can kind of start creating a dehumanized society where everything's about value and what is the lowest, the best ROI or whatever, or
yeah.
RUI. And like
Right.
that's a dangerous society. However, there's some interesting conversations also to be had about like the hypothetical of, you know, does this start reframing our social constructions of how we view work, and like what the value of work is? Like, are we going to just, have people working when we might end up in a scenario where they don't, are we going to be in a
Yeah.
scenario where it's just people doing grunt work and computers doing all the fun stuff?
Yeah. Well, and I honestly
It's
think
interesting.
that is a very real possibility. And so when I say, copyright and things like that, I think
Yeah.
that's one thing that I want the government to do. The other thing that I want the government to do, as somebody who's a little bit more on the right, is I like a free market, but you
Yeah.
can't have a free market with monopolies.
Yep.
Monopolies are anti-competitive, and to have a
Agreed.
true free market, like we get and so, for example, a lot of the concerns that I have with AI, or automation, or robot dogs policing the streets of New York.
Robot police is a really interesting topic that we should touch on, because that's a scary one, man.
Yeah, no,
Because
there's a
again,
bunch
like,
of free
that's the
stuff
thing, is when
like
you
that.
have robots in a position where they have to make ethical decisions, that's a little scary.
And apply force.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, just watch the first opening minutes of RoboCop, and
Well,
I mean,
or if you want to see like a really scary version of like robot dogs, Black Mirror,
right. Yeah.
that's like one of the most terrifying things you'll ever see.
And they look the same too.
Yeah. That's
But
so scary.
yeah, really. So anyway, if you have those two things, if we get the existing laws in place to be clarified on the use of those types of things, so that people still own and maintain the copyright for the work that they produce within a reasonable amount, and still allow for fair use and things like that. I think there
Yeah.
are some people in the chat that didn't quite get the nuance of like how fair use plays into copyright. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a whole discussion.
Yeah.
Then on the other side, we do some trust busting, and we break up some of these monolithic, gigantic, horrendous monsters of companies, and allow for actual competition in the marketplace. I mean, with the last 20 years, we have seen like Meta, which used to be Facebook, just destroy, purchase, threaten, cajole, edge out competitors, or just steal their work. Like, it's become a common practice for a social media app to kind of show up, and it develops a new thing, and then the big guys go, I like that new thing, and so they just copy it. And
Yeah.
that's so anyway.
Well, I mean, that's a criticism that's been levied at Rumble, where Rumble, I believe, if you look in the code of it, it's literally just YouTube. It's like they literally just took the YouTube code and were like, boom, it's the same.
Well, yeah, and
which, by
it's
the
a
way,
problem.
like, it's good to have competitors. I'm not against competitors, but I'm just saying,
Right.
like, it is pretty, like what Corey's saying about social media companies just jacking other people's code. This is common practice.
And here, just to debate myself here, on the other side of copyright, the problem with copyright, and Paul and Didi, it sounds like they might like what I'm about to say, based on their past comments in this chat, but it has mutated to no longer protect the individual, and it is now protecting the giant corporations. And so it's
and
being
Paul
used.
needs pants, and like, I'm just saying, like, he's protected by all this copyright law.
But I mean, it's
change
switched,
the pants.
it's switched to protect the giant corporations. And so
Yeah.
if you had those two things happening, then you wouldn't have very strong lobbyists, because you've got really strong and effective lobbyists because of the amount of clout and money that they've got behind them. And you know, anyway, there's all of that. But those two things I think will largely determine the use of AI. But I do not see any way that it is helpful for the individual creative in the long run. Other than nominally helpful, like small tasks and things like that. I think there are some benefits. Somebody that loses the ability to produce art because of an injury or because of age or some sort of incapacity. There are definitely things like that. People with learning disabilities, or people with some sort of impedance to their ability to do something. It can be a force multiplier in those ways. But it's also kind of like, you start to have to ask Spock how he feels about things, the greater good of how many people versus how many people.
And it's interesting that AI is so interesting in the sense that a lot of traditional ethical dilemmas, I mentioned the brain in the vat thing today.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's a lot of things like that are just in this world of like almost science fiction or philosophy that suddenly are so in the forefront with AI, because again, you have AI in scenarios where they're having to make ethical decisions. And so it's like, so the trolley problem's a real thing now. That's insane. Like, nobody's ever actually had to program the answer to the trolley problem. There is no answer.
Yeah.
And it really is like an ethics test. And now we're having to like figure that out. Similarly, like, there's a lot of conversations that have existed in art for years, because there is the whole question of what is art, right? Like, what is, and a lot of people have talked about the importance of intention in art. And I think that's going to be a really huge conversation with AI as well, because that's one of the differing factors is AI is not doing things with intention. It's just following a prompt.
Right.
And it's interesting. That'll be interesting to kind of start dissecting and stuff. And it's a little, I'll admit it's a little scary, but at the same time, like, we're always surrounded by innovation and stuff like that. I'm not a fan. I won't support the, implementation of it, but it's going to come, especially if rich people can get away with cheap art where they have to pay people less.
Well, and that's the thing is I will never buy into the argument of inevitability when it comes to that type of thing, because, at some point in time, it was inevitable that, we would just start cloning people. Because, that was where we were going.
If we could, we can. We would.
As a global society, we hit the brakes on that. It's starting to come back a little bit.
But CRISPR exists.
I know.
So,
but I'm saying we hit the brakes on it really hard.
Yeah.
And then approached it in a more nuanced way. Because it was the same. And it's the same thing with like nuclear, stuff. We decided as a global community, I don't know if we should just like let everybody do this.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm getting at is progress is inevitable to an extent, especially with science and innovation. But like, I was watching that Francis Collins thing recently, right? That's a good example of responsible science, where it's like, as they were decoding the human genome, they started seeing some issues that might come up once this code is available, right?
Sure.
They're like, oh crap, people could be discriminated against.
Right.
Their insurance might screw them over because they have bad genes, right? Like
Right.
there's all sorts of stuff. And so they started writing legislation to
Yeah.
kind of protect along the way, so that like, if somebody gets a hold of your genetic code, they can't like use that to not hire you, because they're like, wow,
Right.
well, your genes are going to say you're prone to this, so we can't hire you.
Right. And that's
and
what I'm talking about. So I want to clarify.
and I think this ties together really well, to kind of cap off the idea. I think this will lead you there. So yeah.
Yeah, I want to clarify. I'm not saying that progress is not inevitable.
Yeah.
But my argument against the use of the thing, and I think we're probably both on the same page, but
Yeah.
just to clarify for everybody else, when somebody uses the argument of inevitability, they're usually using that argument as a get out of jail free card of like,
Yes.
I can do whatever I want because it's inevitable. You can't stop me, and there's no point in trying. When in actuality, I think progress is inevitable, but I think the results that we come to and the way that we deal with that progress is not inevitable.
100%. And also, as we're going, it doesn't mean we can't implement responsible ways to do it. Right. And so to an extent, like, I think if all artists today stood up and were saying no to AI, I don't think that's going to stop AI from being innovated. However, as AI is being innovated, I don't think that the fact that it is going to be innovated doesn't mean we can't start setting some parameters in how we're going about it in the most humane and ethical way, which we should do with all science, all discoveries, all philosophy. All of that should always be paused and go, okay, as we're developing this, what's the ethics behind it? Right? Like, what are our concerns? What are some things that come up that could be problematic? And they're hard questions to have, but I think people should do. Frank said censorship in the nuclear age.
That's
and he
that's
said,
the
well,
name,
there goes
that's the name of his AI comic that he's going to make.
Oh, nice. I like that. Yeah. I do think some like satirical AI work would be hilarious. So I do support that. All right, guys. Corey, thanks for hopping on. Why don't you let people know where to find your stuff? Corey has great stuff on his channel. Obviously, most of you guys are probably already subscribed to Corey, but if you're not, Corey, where can they find your work?
Yeah, so you can go to CoreyKerr.com. My name is not on the screen, so I'll spell it CORYKERR, CoreyKerr.com. And I highly recommend, even if you have followed me, that you go back through my more recent stuff. And if you go to CoreyKerr.com/email, that'll take you to my Substack. And if you're not subscribed to my email newsletter on Substack, then you can. It's free. It's not behind a paywall. And I've talked about a lot of this stuff in depth and kind of grappled with kind of some of these issues. And so you can go back and look at those essays and video essays and the artwork that I'm making that kind of goes along with me grappling with these ideas, these conflicting ideas of the individual and the individual rights and the societies. Because if you swing too far in either direction, you've got problems where we kill the individual and don't care about them, or where we destroy society as everybody becomes a nation of one. And so I've got a bunch of artwork and a bunch of video essays, a bunch of podcasts that are kind of like dealing with that type of thing. So go watch those animations, buy those t-shirts, read those blog posts, and watch.
I love it. Corey, one last thing to cap it off, because it's just a funny thing that I haven't told you yet that I think you get a kick out of. So you know how I've kind of dipped into doing stocks just a little bit, like buying stocks. And I've just been like investing like $1 a day on pretty safe stocks.
Did you just give it to ChatGPT and tell it to make some money for you?
No, but this will crack you up. So one thing I've learned about stocks is there's like weird culture war stuff that happens that affects stocks for about a week.
Yep.
And you can take advantage of those things and get a hold of stocks at like dirt cheap prices that will inevitably accrue in value. And so it was like 2 weeks ago where I was like driving in my car and I heard somebody freaking out about Bud Light.
Oh, right.
And I
Yeah.
was like, Bud Light's like, I mean, I don't drink Bud Light, but like everyone drinks Bud Light. That's Anheuser-Busch. It's the most popular beer in the world. And then I just was like, I wonder where the stocks are at. And the stocks were like torched. Like they just had hit a record low. And so I was like, buying one stock. It's like, it's already accrued in value. So I was like, oh my gosh. I will say, be careful, guys, because people will take advantage of your outrage and make profit off it. And I'm hoping to be one of those people soon. All right, guys.
Did you buy Apple after the dip?
I've owned I own about 4 shares in Apple, so it's been nice the last week.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So and then Adobe I bought like last year, and now since they released their AI thing, that's like doing really well too. So I'm doing like a share here or there, but it's like speaking of the evil of AI, full disclosure, I do own a little bit of stock in Adobe. So but the reason I did that was like, I'm like, they always recommend when you're investing to buy companies you believe in. And I'm like, dude, Adobe has been my lifeblood for, over a decade. So of course I think it's profitable to own a piece.
And I think they're a really good example of ethically sourced AI models.
Yep, 100%. And also AI models that I think the best scenario for AI is where it's assisting to do something that took longer to take less time.
Yeah.
And it's kind of assisting in the process. I think when it starts actually doing the full process is where we should probably rethink things. Anyhow, we don't want to relitigate or talk about it, but Corey, thanks for hopping on. If you guys are watching this and you haven't subscribed to Corey Kerr, subscribe to Corey Kerr. Check out his channel. Check out his amazing back planning and dissecting art, reverse engineering it so that you can become a better artist and also beat AI at its own game. Okay. I will see you guys on the next live stream, which will likely be later tonight because I am on the workhorse train. Thank you guys for keeping me company while I got that first panel done. I think it came out well, and I will see you guys on the next stream. Bye.